Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 4805. This efficiency was already very frightening. Even though it was only a short period of time, to Kang Xinmu, it felt like 100 breaths had passed. Kang Xinmu had devoured his opponent's time for 3 breaths in exchange for an extra 300 breaths of time for himself to absorb the spirit qi of the rare treasures and increase his cultivation realm. He was not too far away from the 7th tier of the reincarnation tribulation state now. As long as he could take this step and defeat the reincarnation behemoth 2 more times, his reincarnation power would be even more condensed and powerful. Of course, this was not the time to consider this. Even 300 breaths of time would pass in the blink of an eye. To Kang Xinmu, using this time to cultivate was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, at least he gave it a try. This method of stealing his opponent's time and directly cultivating was completely feasible. However, because his opponent's cultivation realm was not very high, the conversion efficiency could only be increased by 100 times at most. When the 300 breaths of time were over, Kang Xinmu took advantage of the last 5 breaths of time to quickly unleash his power. With the most terrifying impact, he unleashed the 9th stage ultimate path Horn Dragon Blast. The 7-fold Horn Dragon Blast surged out and exploded in the arena. To Kang Xinmu, this battle had lasted for a long time. However, to the surrounding people, it had only been 5 breaths of time. The young Void Human Tribe powerhouse suddenly stopped moving. Then, Kang Xinmu also stopped moving. It seemed like he was rapidly absorbing the spirit qi of the world. Finally, Kang Xinmu directly unleashed his attack and blasted the young Void Human Tribe powerhouse out of the arena. The 7-fold Horn Dragon Blast directly exploded and blasted the young Void Human Tribe powerhouse. After his time was devoured, there was no way for him to block it. It was even more impossible for him to retaliate. To the young Void Human Tribe powerhouse, it was like a dream. He had been severely injured by the power of the 7-stage Chaos Dragon explosions, and he had even been blasted out of the arena. It's a pity that this method consumes too much energy. In just a short 5 breaths of time, the devouring power was actually used up. Moreover, there is no way for me to recover it now. Kang Xinmu felt a little uncomfortable. He had only wanted to try out his skills, but in the end, he had unleashed all of the heaven-deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire's power, which had drained him completely. The power to change time came from devouring the opponent's time, but Kang Xinmu had used up all his power to activate this ability. It was clear that this method could not be used continuously in battle. In other words, it could be used sparingly. For example, when Kang Xinmu was dealing with that guy just now, he didn't need to increase the conversion efficiency by 100 times. He could just increase the conversion efficiency by 2 times. In that case, Kang Xinmu could still easily kill his opponent. However, Kang Xinmu's consumption of devouring power should only be 1/10 of what it was now, which was more than enough for him to use it 10 times. Of course, Kang Xinmu was just casually trying it out to see what kind of effect it would have. Now that he had tried it once, he roughly understood the specific situation. Fortunately, I've cultivated the Dark Dragon Infernal skill. Kang Xinmu had now cultivated the Dark Dragon Infernal skill to the peak of the heaven rank. His recovery speed and healing speed were relatively fast. Therefore, after a short rest, the devouring power in his body began to recover. Unfortunately, before he could rest for long, another powerhouse from the ancient Phoenix clan barged in from outside the barrier and stepped into the arena. This kind of arena battle was just that fierce. There was no chance for one to rest at all. However, powerhouses could come up and show off their skills. Even if they ran out of energy and left the arena temporarily, they would still have 2 more chances to go up. This arena battle would last for 3 days, and only the last 16 people standing in the arena would enter the top 16. However, if one performed well enough in the early stages, there would be rewards. This was the secret bet of the supreme powerhouses. Emperor Shi had mentioned it to Kang Xinmu before. Other than the ranking of the arena battle, there were two other rankings. One was the total time one lasted in the arena, and the other was the total number of opponents one defeated in the arena. The longer one lasted in the arena and the more opponents one defeated, the higher one's ranking would be in these two aspects. For the supreme powerhouses, this was considered a bet. It also involved the distribution of cultivation resources in the future. Of course, this issue was not discussed with ordinary cultivators because it was not necessary. However, some of the seeded contestants from the various clans were instructed to try to stay in the arena as long as possible and defeat as many opponents as possible. Therefore, Kang Xinmu thought the same. It would be best if he could stay in the arena until the end of the 3 days. In this way, he would at least be ranked first in the arena for the longest time. As for the number of opponents he defeated, this was not something he could control. If he were to stay in this arena for 3 days, then perhaps the others would soon lose the intention to challenge him, because he was too strong. If the experts who challenged him time and time again were all beaten back, then the others would not recklessly come up to him and send their heads to him. Kang Xinmu carefully looked at the ancient Phoenix clan cultivator in front of him. He could not tell whether this person was a man or a woman. After all, he could see that the other party had transformed into a fire phoenix body. This fire phoenix inherited blood essence body exuded endless flame power. As soon as he came to the arena, he launched an incomparably fierce attack towards Kang Xinmu. An endless sea of flames spread across the arena. This was a flame that burned the void. The entire arena, including the void, began to burn. In an instant, the sea of flames spread across the entire arena. It could be seen that this ancient Phoenix clan cultivator was also quite powerful. As for Kang Xinmu, he happened to be a little weak at the moment. Therefore, he did not choose to fight his opponent head-on. Instead, he directly used his devouring power to spread to the surroundings and began to devour the flames that burned in the void. These flames were extremely aggressive. Even the devouring power that Kang Xinmu used to engulf and devour it was burned by these flames. Only then could the power of these flames be completely devoured and then transformed into the purest devouring power of Kang Xinmu. On the arena, Kang Xinmu could be said to be a tireless machine. The power that he had just consumed was restored at an extremely terrifying speed by devouring the flame power. However, at this moment, he was already surrounded by a terrifying sea of flames. These flames were of many colors. White, yellow, purple, black. All kinds of flames covered the entire arena and had completely enveloped Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu could feel that his dragon scales were a little scorched. Chapter 1034, Consecutive Victories. The inherent strength that the ancient Phoenix clan controlled was more of the power of fire. Basically, there were flames of various colors. Different colored flames could burn different things. It was a little similar to the flame rings that Kang Xinmu had encountered in the supreme ruins that belonged to the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire. Some could burn souls, some could burn space, and so on. The power of the ancient Phoenix clan was similar. Kang Xinmu's current use of the power of ice and fire belonged to a very basic type. Although he had the inheritance of the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire, he wasn't proficient in this aspect. If he wanted to display more of its power, Kang Xinmu would need to obtain other things that belonged to the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire. It was said that there were only a few inheritances of this bloodline, but each one was a terrifyingly strong powerhouse. The bloodline of the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire was also a relatively rare type in this world. If Kang Xinmu could find the remains of other heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire and devour them, then Kang Xinmu's control of the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire would greatly improve. Of course, the possibility of this was still relatively small. Therefore, Kang Shinmu hadn't studied the power of ice and fire in the heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire. He hadn't placed much hope in it. The flame power of this ancient phoenix powerhouse in front of him right now was the true power of fire. Now that Kang Shinmu was shrouded in a sea of flames, he felt that not only his divine dragon body was being burned, but his mind and soul were also being burned. However, as he continued to devour the flames around him, his resistance to these flames had reached its limit. If he devoured for a while, his resistance would increase to a terrifying level. This was the effect of his continuous refinement of the power of samsara. At this time, although Jiang Shenwu felt like he was being burned, it was basically like a sheet of iron being roasted by fire. He didn't feel it too deeply. He could even wander in this sea of fire like he was swimming. There would be no danger. Of course, the prerequisite was that Kang Shinmu had to maintain his divine dragon tyrant body art's defensive stance. Otherwise, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. The attacking power of these flames was no joke. If it were anyone else, they would have to constantly defend themselves in this sea of flames and bitterly resist. They wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. But now, Kang Shinmu wandered in this sea of flames like a flaming fish. He didn't seem to be burned by the power of fire at all. At this moment, he rapidly swept towards the ancient phoenix powerhouse. 9th stage extreme roaring dragon explosion. Kang Shinmu had already tested the effects of the heavenly deficient demonic ice and fire dragon. It could be said that he could only use it in conjunction with his own devouring power to produce a certain effect. In this arena battle, it wasn't very suitable for him to use it. Therefore, he basically gave up. There was no need to use this method. In any case, it was impossible for him to break through to the next realm in such a short period of time if he relied on the conversion efficiency of this method. He swept towards the ancient phoenix powerhouse. The ancient phoenix powerhouse was surrounded by the power of fire. He could completely control Kang Shinmu's position. Sensing Kang Shinmu's attack, a barrier of fire appeared in front of him, blocking Kang Shinmu's path forward. It was a pity that Kang Shinmu instantly shuttled through the void. Originally, where the flames were located, even space was being burned. If others wanted to travel through the void, they would have to break through his flames first. However, Jiang Shenwu's perception of the power of the void was far beyond that of a cultivator at this level. Therefore, he only needed to casually erupt his power before he directly shuttled through the void and appeared behind the ancient Phoenix clan cultivator. Immediately after, 7 roaring dragon explosions exploded behind the ancient Phoenix powerhouse. The terrifying power exploded into bursts of ripples that sent the ancient Phoenix powerhouse's flaming Phoenix body flying. The strength of this ancient Phoenix powerhouse was clearly inferior to that of the void human powerhouse. Of course, this was only a matter of focus. If this ancient Phoenix powerhouse were to face an army of 1,000 or even 10,000 king stage cultivators, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, if it were Kang Shinmu facing an army of 10,000 Dragon King stage cultivators, it would be very difficult for him to kill them all in one fell swoop. This ancient Phoenix powerhouse was born for war. All of his cultivation was focused on large-scale attacks. Therefore, he couldn't display too much of his strength in this arena battle. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. During the arena battle, everyone cultivated different types of martial arts and battle weapons, which would also have a great impact. After all, not everyone only focused on improving their combat strength in one-on-one battles. There were even many cultivators who were proficient in concealment and assassination. In an arena battle, this kind of ability was even more disadvantageous. This was because the opponent would already be mentally prepared for your concealment and assassination. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult to display the original effect. It could even be said that you wouldn't be able to display even half of your strength. However, if it wasn't in an arena battle, but in a place like the Supreme Ruins, concealment and assassination methods could dominate the entire Supreme Ruins. This was because different types of abilities were suitable for different combat situations. Fortunately, the techniques that Kang Xinmu had cultivated were suitable for all kinds of combat situations. There weren't any situations that particularly restrained him. The ancient Phoenix powerhouse was defeated by Kang Xinmu again. This shocked many dragon martial artists of the martial dragon continent. This Kang Xinmu was very strong. The first opponent from the Void Human tribe didn't even know how he lost. As for the second opponent from the ancient Phoenix tribe, he was restrained by Kang Xinmu and directly blasted out of the arena. The third opponent was from the Demon God tribe. He was an inheritor of the Black Wolf Demon God's bloodline. He was proficient in strength and speed, and his physical strength was even stronger than Kang Xinmu's. However, although this inheritor of the Black Wolf Demon God's bloodline had tyrannical attacks and strength, he was completely restrained by Kang Xinmu's comprehension of the power of the void. Once Kang Xinmu couldn't resist anymore, he would directly shuttle through the void to avoid his opponent's attacks. Of course, his opponent also had some trapping methods, but these trapping methods were all broken by Kang Xinmu one by one. In the end, Kang Xinmu once again blasted his opponent out of the arena area with the sevenfold spectral dragon explosion, successfully defending the arena. It had to be said that Kang Xinmu's combat strength was very strong. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that he had experienced 3 fierce battles in a row. During this time, he had repeatedly looked exhausted, but in the end, he had used some special method to recover. Chapter 4806. The inheritance strength that the ancient Phoenix clan controlled was more of the power of fire. Basically, they were all different colors of flames. Different colors of flames could burn different things. It was similar to the flame rings that Jiang Shenwu had encountered in the supreme relic that belonged to the heaven-deficient ice-fire demonic dragon. Some could burn souls, some could burn space, and so on. The power of the ancient Phoenix clan was similar. Kang Xinmu's current use of the power of ice and fire was at a very basic level. Although he had the inheritance of the heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon, he wasn't proficient in this aspect. If he wanted to display more of its power, Kang Xinmu would need to obtain other things that belonged to the heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon. It was said that there were only a few inheritances of this bloodline, but each one was a terrifyingly strong powerhouse. The bloodline of the heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon was also a relatively rare type in this world. If Kang Xinmu could find the remains of other heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon inheritors and devour them, then Kang Xinmu's control of the heaven-deficient ice-fire dragon's power would improve greatly. Of course, the possibility of that was still small. That was why Kang Xinmu hadn't studied the power of ice and fire in the heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon. He hadn't placed much hope in it. The power of fire in front of him from the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse was the true power of fire. Now that Kang Xinmu was shrouded in a sea of fire, he felt that not only his divine dragon body was being burned, but his mind and soul were also being burned. However, as he continued to devour the flames around him, his resistance to them had reached the limit. If he devoured for a while, his resistance would increase to a terrifying degree. This was the result of his continuous refining of the power of samsara. At this time, although Jiang Shenwu felt like he was being burned, it was basically like a sheet of iron being roasted by fire. He didn't feel it too deeply. He could even wander in this sea of fire like he was swimming. There would be no danger. Of course, the premise was that Kang Xinmu had to maintain his divine dragon tyrant body art's defensive posture. Otherwise, he would be burned to ashes in an instant. The attacking power of these flames was not to be trifled with. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to defend themselves in this sea of fire. They wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. But now, Kang Xinmu wandered in the sea of fire like a fish in flames. he didn't seem to be affected by the power of fire. At this moment, he rapidly swept towards the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse. 9th stage Extreme Dao Roaring Dragon Explosion. Jiang Shenwu had already tried out the heaven-deficient demonic ice and fire dragon's effect. He could only use it in conjunction with his own devouring power to produce a certain effect. However, it was not suitable to use it in an arena battle. Therefore, he basically gave up. There was no need to use this method. Anyway, it was impossible for him to break through the realm in such a short time by relying on the conversion efficiency of this event. He swept towards the ancient Phoenix powerhouse. The ancient Phoenix powerhouse was surrounded by his power of fire. He could completely control Kong Shinmu's position. Sensing Kong Shinmu's attack, a barrier of fire appeared in front of him, blocking Kong Shinmu's path. Unfortunately, Kong Shinmu shuttled through the void in an instant. Originally, where the flames were located, even space was being burned. If others wanted to travel through the void, they would have to break through his flames first. However, Jiang Shenwu's perception of the power of the void was far beyond that of a cultivator at this level. Therefore, he only needed to casually erupt his power before he directly shuttled through the void and appeared behind the ancient Phoenix clan cultivator. Immediately after, 7 streaks of the ancient Phoenix powerhouse exploded behind him. The terrifying power exploded into waves of ripples that sent the flaming phoenix body of the ancient Phoenix powerhouse flying. The strength of this ancient Phoenix powerhouse was clearly inferior to that of the virtual human powerhouse. Of course, this was only a matter of focus. If this ancient Phoenix powerhouse were to face an army of 1,000 or even 10,000 king stage cultivators, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, if it were Kong Shinmu facing an army of 10,000 Dragon King stage cultivators, it would be very difficult for him to kill all of them in one fell swoop. This ancient Phoenix powerhouse was born for war. All of his cultivation was focused on large-scale attacks. Therefore, he couldn't display too much of his strength in this arena battle. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. In this arena battle, everyone cultivated different types of martial arts and battle weapons, which would also have a great impact. After all, not everyone only focused on improving their combat strength in one-on-one battles. There were even many cultivators who were proficient in concealment and assassination. In an arena battle, this kind of ability was even more disadvantageous. This was because the opponent was already mentally prepared for your concealment and assassination, so it would be extremely difficult to display the original effect. It could even be said that you wouldn't be able to display even half of your strength. However, if it wasn't in an arena battle, but in a place like the Supreme Ruins, concealment and assassination methods could dominate the entire Supreme Ruins. This was because different types of abilities were suitable for different combat situations. Fortunately, the techniques that Kong Shinmu had cultivated were suitable for various combat situations. There were no situations that particularly restrained him. The ancient Phoenix powerhouse was defeated by Kong Shinmu again. This shocked many of the dragon martial artists of the martial dragon mainland. This Kong Shinmu was strong. His first opponent from the virtual human tribe didn't even know how he lost. As for the second opponent from the ancient Phoenix clan, he was restrained by Kong Shinmu and directly blasted out of the arena. The third opponent was from the Demon God clan. He was an inheritor of the Black Wolf Demon God's bloodline. He was proficient in strength and speed, and his physical strength was even stronger than Kong Shinmu's. However, although this inheritor of the Black Wolf Demon God's bloodline had tyrannical attacks and strength, he was completely restrained by Kong Shinmu's ability to comprehend the power of the void. Once Jiang Shenwu could no longer resist, he would directly shuttle through the void to avoid the opponent's attack, making it impossible for the opponent to catch him. Of course, the opponent also had some trapping methods, but these trapping methods were all countered by Jiang Shenwu. In the end, Kang Shinmu once again blasted his opponent out of the arena area with the sevenfold spectral dragon explosion, successfully defending the arena. It had to be said that Kang Shinmu's combat strength was very strong. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that he had experienced 3 fierce battles in a row. During this time, it seemed like he was exhausted, but in the end, he had used some special method to recover. Chapter 4807. There were a total of 16 arenas in the arena. Other than Kang Shinmu, who had won 3 battles in a row, the other 15 arenas had changed their arena masters. Obviously, the first arena master who ran into the arena first was not as strong as everyone thought. Many people were good at speed or had a unique perception of the void, so they could catch up with the first arena master as fast as they could. However, these kinds of cultivators were relatively weak in other aspects. When fighting in the arena, they could not make use of their advantage in speed or perception of the void. Of course, they could not defeat their opponents. There were even some like Kang Shinmu who could travel through the void directly to the arena. Other than Kang Shinmu, no one at the 4th level of the Emperor level could travel through the void continuously. Therefore, after these cultivators used the method of traveling through the void to the arena, they could not travel through the void in the first battle, so they could not avoid the threat of some fatal combat skills. This was the source of their failure. Therefore, now that Kang Shinmu had won 3 battles in a row, it was quite terrifying for the experts of the various races who were watching the battle. In the arena, more than half of the 20 supreme existences from the 10 races were paying attention to Kang Shinmu. When they felt that Kang Shinmu still had a lot of energy in his body, they were even more shocked. The Dragon God clan had some methods to maintain their strength, such as the Dark Dragon Filth controlling technique. There were even dragon martial arts techniques that were stronger than the Dark Dragon Filth controlling technique. However, none of them were as heaven-defying as this one. In such an intense battle, Kang Shinmu could actually maintain his energy? This was too unbelievable. Wasn't there a junior from the Dragon Gods who obtained a 9-layer engraved heaven and earth holy item not long ago? It seems to be this kid. What? I heard about this. It is said that the demon gods suffered a great loss. Even that little guy, the evil prince, died in the supreme relic. Not only that, even the bloody rose fan was taken away by this kid. The demon gods suffered a great loss. But I never thought that this dragon martial artist would be from the dragon martial continent. No wonder. The Dragon God clan suddenly wants to protect the martial dragon continent. It seems like it's because of this monstrous genius. Pass down the order. We can give up this arena. There's no need to fight against this dragon warrior named Kang Shinmu. Of course, there are occasionally some stronger kids who can create some surprises for this Kang Shinmu. Since there was a ranking competition in the dark based on the number of opponents defeated, these supreme powerhouses of the major races naturally did not want Kang Shinmu to defeat more opponents. Let Kang Shinmu stay in the arena. Occasionally, he would let some of the stronger experts launch a surprise attack on Kang Shinmu. After all, this arena battle would last for 3 days. It was impossible for Kang Shinmu to maintain his vigor during these 3 days, right? As long as he was absent-minded or distracted for a moment, it was very likely that someone would directly rush into the arena and defeat Kang Shinmu. In any case, after Kang Shinmu defeated the demon god clan Black Wolf Blood Essence Inheritor, no one came to his arena. However, there were still many people in the surrounding void eyeing Kang Shinmu as if they were ready to attack his arena at any time. This made Kang Shinmu a little puzzled. These guys were really sinister. In this case, he had to maintain a high degree of concentration at all times. He could not relax at all. However, he could not continuously defeat his opponents to accumulate the number of times he defeated his opponents. It seemed that the longer he stayed in the arena, the more he defeated his opponents. If he wanted to defeat more opponents, his performance could not be too eye-catching. It was a pity that Kang Xinmu had used too much strength in the first 3 battles, which directly showed that he had combat strength that surpassed this stage. Next, there were only 15 arenas left for others to compete in. During this period, Kang Xinmu also saw some dragon martial artists fighting in the arena. The first person he was more concerned about was Liang Xiao. Liang Xiao was now at the 6th stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm. He had also condensed the reincarnation power twice, which was equivalent to the 8th stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm. Moreover, he had the strongest high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique and the strongest heaven-grade divine spirit dragon weapon. These 2 aspects were the strongest at this stage. However, he was not very familiar with the use of the heaven-grade divine spirit dragon weapon, so he could not display its full power. As for the high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, he had not cultivated it to its peak. However, this was not a problem because his opponents had not reached the age of 50. At this age, there was simply no one who could cultivate the high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique to its peak. Perhaps such people existed, but it was obvious that such people were extremely rare. Liang Xiao fought 2 consecutive battles and did not encounter any. He directly challenged an opponent from the 1,000-winged snake clan and directly chased him out of the arena. Then, he defeated an expert from the Star Divinity clan who had come to attack him. The experts of the Star Divinity clan could condense star god phantoms, which were similar to the water god phantoms of the Talisman clan. After the star god phantoms appeared, they could use the power of the stars to erupt with unparalleled destructive power. In terms of destructive power, the experts of the Star Divinity clan were probably the strongest among the 10 major clans. The inheritance of the Star Divinity clan came from the Star God, which was similar to the Talisman Water God's inheritance. Of course, in the eyes of the Demon God ancestor, whether it was the Star God or the Talisman Water God, they were not the top experts in this world. The truly powerful ones were still the divine dragons. In ancient times, the divine dragons were definitely the strongest race, and they were existences that had the power to rule. It was only later that the divine dragon clan declined, and only then did the demon gods, and so on rise. Of course, there were many stories about the decline of the divine dragon clan. The consciousness of the demon god ancestor did not say much to Kang Xinmu, since it was useless anyway. At this stage, the dragon gods were the descendants of the divine dragon clan. Because of their strong heritage, the overall strength of the dragon gods was still very strong. As for the original mystical dragons, no one knew where they were now. In any case, in the dragon gods' great world, there were supreme holy lands everywhere, and the supreme holy lands were the places where the ancient divine dragons had fallen. Many mystical dragons had already perished. Chapter 4808. Now, the situation in the arena was relatively stable. Basically, no one from Kang Xinmu's side would come to deal with him. Even if someone came, it was just a chance to see if he had let down his guard, so it was just a casual attempt. Basically, on average, one person would come to challenge Kang Xinmu every 6 hours. The rest of the time, they were all eyeing Kang Xinmu like a tiger watching its prey, so Kang Xinmu could not stop focusing. This situation made Kang Xinmu feel quite helpless. However, there was no other way. Even if he could not win the first place for Emperor Shi mystical dragon to defeat the most opponents, at least he could win the longest stay in the arena. Getting first place in one of the 2 rankings was already a good result. Moreover, after 2 days, Kang Xinmu had already defeated 8 opponents. This number was quite amazing. It should be known that many practitioners had 3 chances to challenge, but each time, they could only defeat 1 or 2 opponents. To be able to defeat 3 people in a row was already very impressive. Of course, during these 2 days, many geniuses of the 4th level of the Imperial level had also emerged from the 9 major races. Each of these geniuses had combat power comparable to Xiao Bai, Liang Xiao, and the others. Fortunately, Xiao Bai had also improved a lot in the Dragon God's world these days. Coupled with the increase in combat power from the heaven-level Holy Dragon weapon, her combat power was slightly stronger than Liang Xiao, Ran, and the others. Therefore, although Xiao Bai had only used up one chance to challenge, that chance allowed her to defeat 6 opponents in a row. It was not until the 7th opponent came up that Xiao Bai was finally defeated. In fact, Xiao Bai was not actually defeated. She had used up all her strength, so she simply admitted defeat. For her, admitting defeat was not a big deal. Anyway, she was not like Kang Xinmu, who could fight in the arena without any restrictions. Kang Xinmu was now basically a restricted area in the arena. Basically, no one in the arena came to challenge him. He had been in the arena for 2 days. Except for him, the longest time spent in the arena was only half a day. It could be said that the person who had dominated the arena for the longest time was definitely him. Even if he stepped down now or gave up fighting in the arena, he would definitely get the honor of staying in the arena for the longest time. This made Kang Xinmu, Emperor Shi Mystical Dragon, and the others in the audience all feel relieved. There was no doubt that the ranking that Jiang Xinwu obtained would be of great help to the Dragon God clan in fighting for a certain amount of cultivation resources in the future. The Dragon God clan could even use this to set more conditions and obtain more benefits. If one had to calculate how much benefit Kang Xinmu could bring to the Dragon Gods this time, it would be more than 1 million gold coins. This was an incredible amount. Even Emperor Shi didn't have such a great amount of wealth. Hence, Emperor Shi was already very satisfied that Jiang Xinwu could stay on the arena for the longest time. Moreover, what Kang Xinmu wanted was more than that. Up to now, 10 of the 16 arenas were dominated. The cultivators in these 10 arenas were extremely strong, but they were all about the same level as Kang Xinmu. The number of challengers was already relatively small. Between the 9 major clans and the Dragon Gods, because the one who wanted to defeat the most opponents was ranked first, there might be some secret deals going on. Anyway, Kang Xinmu could see that some cultivators were strong, but logically speaking, there would not be so many people constantly challenging them. However, for a period of time, there was a race that kept challenging that strong cultivator, giving the number of defeats to that strong cultivator. Up to now, that strong cultivator from the Demon God clan had consecutively defeated a total of 14 people. This made Kang Xinmu pay a little attention to the surrounding strong cultivators while he was wary of the attacks of the surrounding strong cultivators. Kang Xinmu had only defeated 9 people, but that strong cultivator from the Demon God clan had defeated 14 people consecutively. It was clear that he was also very strong. More importantly, under such a strong situation, there were still cultivators from other clans who kept challenging him. This was the cause of the matter. It seemed that a strong cultivator from the Void Human tribe had been seriously injured when he challenged the strong cultivator from the Demon God clan. Therefore, the Void Human tribe was not happy. They wanted to defeat this person even if they had to fight him one after another. Therefore, a total of 8 people kept challenging the strong cultivator from the Demon God clan. However, they were all defeated by the strong cultivator from the Demon God clan. Therefore, this strong cultivator from the Demon God clan was the one who had defeated the most opponents. This young man from the Demon God clan is called the Demon Snake Prince. He is the most talented member of the younger generation of the Demon God clan, the Snake Demon tribe. The Demon Snake Prince is very strong. He also has some kind of method to absorb the power of the void to recover. The strong cultivators from the Void Human tribe who fought against him did not expect this. However, this Demon Snake Prince seems a little strange. The opponents he defeated were clearly not a match for him, but they insisted on fighting him one after another as if they were giving him a chance to defeat them. It's normal for the 9 tribes to have some secret agreements. However, this demon snake prince has forced the strong cultivators from the void human tribe to fight him one after another. This doesn't mean anything. After all, the strong cultivators have a reason to fight him one after another. No matter what, I look down on such despicable methods. Of course, the demon snake prince's battle strength is still very strong. I just don't know who is stronger, him or that Kong Shinmu. It must be the demon snake prince. After all, the demon snake prince has an orthodox bloodline. As for that Kong Shinmu, I don't know what kind of innate talent he has. As a dragon martial artist, he is quite strong. However, compared to the demon snake prince of the demon god clan, he should be slightly weaker. Demon snake prince. Of course, Kong Shinmu now knew the name of the strong cultivator from the demon god clan. He also knew that the demon snake prince's strength lay in the fact that he had 3 heaven-grade demon weapons that had been dazzled. Although they had only been dazzled once, it was enough for him to be invincible in this kind of situation. The demon martial skill that the demon snake prince cultivated was also a top-notch demon martial skill that could be cultivated by an emperor-level cultivator. Moreover, he had cultivated it to a rather good level. This made his battle strength slightly stronger than that of Xiao Bai and the others. Kong Shinmu pondered for a moment and realized that the demon snake prince had just defeated another young strong cultivator from the void human tribe. He was trying to absorb the power of the void to recover his own strength. This gave Kong Shinmu an idea. He didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly exploded out and shuttled towards the arena where the demon snake prince was. The void was directly broken by Kong Shinmu. Immediately after, his black dragon body rushed into the arena where the demon snake prince was. Kong Shinmu wanted to challenge the demon snake prince. Chapter 4809. At this moment, it seemed as if Kong Shinmu was targeting the demon snake prince. This scene caused all the experts present to be stunned. They did not expect that Kong Shinmu would directly enter the arena where the demon snake prince was. It was also at this moment that a void human tribe expert happened to be planning to continue fighting the demon snake prince. He could not help but feel a little depressed when he saw that Jiang Shenwu had beaten him to it. That's good. This Kong Shinmu looks very strong. If he can defeat the demon snake prince, he will have avenged our junior brother. The powerhouse from the virtual human tribe sneered as he watched the battle from outside the arena. Kong Shinmu sensed his sneer. He glanced at him but did not say anything. From the voice of this powerful being from the void human tribe, it seemed like the void human tribe had come one after another to deliver their heads to the demonic snake prince, not because of any prior arrangement. It was as if they were enraged by the fact that their tribesmen had been severely injured, so they decided to take turns to fight. However, Jiang Shenwu knew very well that all of this had been arranged. It was just that these void human tribe cultivators who had been sent here to take turns didn't know what kind of deal the powerhouses behind them had made. It was obvious that these cultivators from the virtual human tribe were being used. The higher-ups of the virtual human tribe had made a deal with the demon god tribe so that the demon snake prince could defeat more opponents. As for what they had gained, no one knew. In any case, these cultivators from the virtual human tribe did not know. They were only angered and attacked the demon snake prince. This made Kong Shinmu feel very helpless. Did the higher-ups of the virtual human tribe not treat the cultivators of their tribe as humans? For the sake of benefits, they actually used the relationship between their tribe members to benefit another tribe. There was no doubt that the demon god tribe benefited greatly from this. However, if the virtual human tribe cooperated with them and gave the demon snake prince more opponents, the virtual human tribe would also benefit from the cooperation. There was some cooperation between the demon god tribe and the virtual human tribe. It was no wonder that the ancient Phoenix tribe treated the demon god tribe, the virtual human tribe, and the talisman water tribe as enemies. At this moment, Kong Shinmu directly descended and shuttled to the demonic Snake Prince's arena. Demon Snake Prince, right? Kong Shinmu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He wasn't here just to knock the Demon Snake Prince off the arena, but to beat the Demon Snake Prince to death and cripple him. If he was only knocked down, then the Demon Snake Prince could still go on the stage. After all, everyone had 3 chances. However, if he were to kill or cripple the Demon Snake Prince, then he would not have another chance to go on the stage. This was undoubtedly the best choice for Kong Shinmu. What's wrong, Kong Shinmu? Why aren't you guarding your arena? What are you doing here? The Demon Snake Prince appeared on the arena in his demon snake form. At this moment, the reflection of Kong Shinmu's black dragon figure was in his demon snake eyes. It was obvious that he was very cautious. He was very wary of Kong Shinmu's arrival. He was well aware of how powerful Kong Shinmu was. Thus, even though he had occupied an arena, he had never thought of looking for trouble with Kong Shinmu. When the 16 arena battles ended in 3 days, and it was time for the elimination round, he also wanted to avoid fighting Kong Shinmu. However, he didn't expect that while the Demon God tribe and the virtual human tribe were manipulating, Kong Shinmu would actually jump onto his arena and try to cause trouble. This scene caused the supreme powerhouses of the Demon God tribe and the virtual human tribe to change their expressions slightly. This was especially so for the Demon God tribe. Their supreme powerhouse was sitting high up in the spectator stands. His face was a little pale. He really didn't expect the dragon gods to be so disrespectful. They actually wanted to defeat the Demon Snake Prince? So arrogant. In that case, let's do as he wishes. Defeat that Kong Shinmu and give him a severe blow. The Supreme Powerhouse gave an order to the Demon Snake Prince. Of course, this was done secretly. What he meant by a severe blow was that if possible, it would be best if he could kill or cripple Kong Shinmu. Of course, the Supreme Powerhouse of the Demon God tribe wasn't optimistic about this. He now knew that Kong Shinmu had killed the evil prince in the Supreme Relic. In terms of combat strength, the evil prince was slightly stronger than the Demon Snake Prince. Although it was because of the Scarlet Rose fan, Kong Shinmu had defeated the evil prince who had the Scarlet Rose fan. The Demon Snake Prince didn't have a Scarlet Rose fan. Even if he did, he couldn't use it under the rules of the arena. Therefore, in terms of combat strength, the Demon Snake Prince didn't have a Scarlet Rose fan. However, the Demon Snake Prince wasn't just good at fighting head-on. To him, he was best at using poisons, spiritual attacks, and illusions. Therefore, the Demon God tribe powerhouses still had some expectations for the Demon Snake Prince. In the arena, the supreme powerhouses of the Demon God tribe and the Void Human tribe were obviously a little gloomy when their plans were foiled. However, the supreme powerhouses of the other 8 major tribes were now watching the arena calmly. The Talisman Water tribe, the Ancient Phoenix tribe, the Star Divinity tribe, and the other tribes were naturally unwilling to see the Demon Snake Prince dominating the arena. Not only that, but the cultivators of the Void Human tribe also went up to give him a gift. This was too shameless. However, there was really no way to say that the Void Human tribe was giving him a gift. The Demon Snake Prince was taking revenge for his tribesmen. Why would they give him a gift? Now that Kong Shinmu had actually entered the arena, it was obvious that he couldn't stand it and wanted to chase the Demon Snake Prince off the arena. This was also something that the other tribes were quite happy to see. Therefore, no one stopped Kong Shinmu. No matter what, it was impossible to stop him. Therefore, Kong Shinmu successfully arrived at the arena where the Demon Snake Prince was and immediately launched an attack at the Demon Snake Prince. 9th Stage Ultimate Wyvern Explosion. The 7th Stage Flood Dragon Explosion erupted with a loud rumble. Jiang Shenwu had unleashed it in a powerful offensive manner, sweeping towards the body of the Demon Serpent Prince that had transformed into a Demon Serpent Prince. The surrounding void constantly exploded, bursting with terrifying energy ripples that spread towards the surroundings. The demon snake prince had already taken out one of his heaven-rank demon weapons and released a terrifying power. It was the eye of a scaled snake. When it was activated by the demon snake prince, a black light instantly burst out, enveloping his entire body as a defense. The power of Kong Shinmu's 7th stage wyvern explosion directly swept through his opponent's defense, but it couldn't break through the black light defense. This surprised Kong Shinmu. This fellow's defensive demon weapon is really powerful. Chapter 48:10. When Kong Shinmu attacked, he used the 7th-stage Thunder Dragon explosion. To Kong Shinmu, this wasn't his strongest attack. At most, it was just a probing attack. However, the strength of this attack was enough to make the demonic snake prince feel some pressure. The demonic snake prince had just defeated 8 experts of the Void human tribe in a row. Although he could devour the energy of the Void to recover his strength, he was still a little weak. At the very least, he would be mentally exhausted after fighting for so long. The demonic snake prince suffered one of Kong Shinmu's attacks, causing his face to stiffen. He could feel that Kong Shinmu's strength was definitely not comparable to that of the Void human tribe cultivators he had just fought. This Kong Shinmu was too strong. A casual attack from him had forced him to use his powerful defensive demon weapon. If this wasn't Kong Shinmu's ultimate strength, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for Kong Shinmu. However, the demon serpent prince had been in the 4th layer of the Emperor realm for a very long time, and he had also experienced the exploration of 2 primary ruins. Therefore, he had a very deep understanding of the strength of the 4th layer of the Emperor realm. He felt that under the situation where he didn't use his heaven-ranked weapon, his battle strength was already at the peak. It was absolutely impossible to say that Kong Shinmu was stronger than him, unless Kong Shinmu had a heaven-grade divine dragon weapon that could be used more times than him. Therefore, Kong Shinmu's attack without using his divine dragon weapon should be his strongest attack, right? Using his strongest attack right from the start, this Kong Shinmu seemed to be a little silly. The demon serpent prince thought to himself, but he sneered on the surface. His demon serpent body was like a swimming dragon, and he was like a fish swimming in water in the void. He cultivated the demon god race's inherited bloodline, the void demon serpent. He was like a fish swimming in water in the void, and he was the best at fighting. The void demon snake's inherited bloodline of the demon god race gave it an extremely strong comprehension of the void energy. Most importantly, it could absorb the void energy to recover. It could be said that this was a type of bloodline power that specialized in restraining the Void human tribe. As such, it was normal for the Void human tribe cultivators to hate him. Of course, it was not normal for 8 cultivators to go up on stage in succession. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he still came forward. Either he was out of his mind, or he had other motives. Therefore, the purpose of Kong Shinmu's visit this time was to end the Demon Snake Prince's winning streak. The Demon Snake Prince's snake body was like a swimming dragon as it wandered through the void. It was almost hidden in the void. Kong Shinmu did not need to use any real methods to deal with an opponent of this level, but he wanted to directly kill or cripple the Demon Snake Prince. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. When the Demon Snake Prince swept towards Kong Shinmu and attempted to launch an attack, Kong Shinmu moved even faster. The devouring power in his body had completely condensed and erupted at this moment. It happened in an instant. The power of the illusory ghost book completely erupted at this moment. The offensive battle marks were completely ignited by the devouring power, releasing a terrifying attack. The 8th-stage Hydra explosion was unleashed with the power of the illusory ghost book. Even though the Demon Snake Prince had an extremely strong understanding of the void power, he was unable to detect the power of the illusory ghost book immediately. By the time he detected it, it was already too late. After all, he was not a peak emperor-level existence like Ling Hu Dai. At this moment, he did not even have the time to react. The powerful power of the 8th-stage Hydra explosion pierced through the void with the power of the illusory ghost book. With the help of the concealment formation, it silently appeared beside the demon snake prince's snake body. Then, it suddenly exploded. If the demon snake prince had defended himself in advance, he might have been able to defend against the 8th-stage Hydra explosion. However, Kang Shinmu had borrowed the power of the illusory ghost book, so the demon snake prince was unable to defend himself in time. In the next moment, the demon snake prince, who was just about to attack Kang Shinmu, was completely enveloped by the explosion of the 8th-stage Hydra explosion. The terrifying power spread in all directions, transforming into power ripples that swept across the entire arena. The demon snake prince's snake body did not have the slightest ability to resist. At this moment, the 8th-stage Hydra explosion had instantly caused him to be seriously injured. His entire body was drenched in blood. Countless devouring power circulated within it, corroding all the power in his body. Kang Shinmu used the devouring power to directly devour all the power of the void demon snake prince's body. At this moment, what surprised Kang Shinmu was that he had actually obtained some comprehension of the void power. Although the level of this comprehension was not as high as Ling Hu Dai's, it was still a different path. For Kang Shinmu, it was a great reference. It could even allow Kang Shinmu's comprehension of the void power to reach another level. Of course, right now, Kang Shinmu did not have the time to digest the devouring power. He had to wait until the end of the arena battle. In the arena, he had to use all his mental energy to defend against the challenges of the surrounding races. In other words, it could be said that they were sneak attacks. Therefore, he could not waste his energy on devouring power to improve himself. However, heaven-deficient power, devour. At this moment, when Kang Shinmu was facing the heavily injured demon snake prince, he naturally did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. He immediately began to devour the passing time around him. As the power of time was devoured, Kang Shinmu enjoyed a longer period of time. In a short period of time, he had completely devoured the demon snake prince's comprehension of the void power. It could even be said that the demon snake prince's current comprehension of the void power had suffered a great loss. This was not the same as when Kang Shinmu had devoured the power of Ling Hu Dai's wind shadow flowing flash. Instead, he was directly devouring the source of the demon snake prince's comprehension of the void power. This was a completely different concept. This would affect the demon snake prince's realm of strength. It might even make it difficult for him to reach a stronger state in his future cultivation. This was a very sinister method. However, at the moment, no one had discovered it. The supreme existences could detect the heaven-deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire's devouring power. However, Kang Shinmu had used his own devouring power to devour the demon snake prince's comprehension of the void. This was not something they could detect. Therefore, in the eyes of the others, the demon snake prince was only seriously injured and had temporarily lost his ability to fight. No one knew that Kang Shinmu had already devoured the demon snake prince's comprehension of the void power. This had practically cut off the demon snake prince's future cultivation path. Regardless of whether it was the demon god clan or the void human clan, they were all enemies to the dragon gods. Therefore, Kang Shinmu did not show any mercy. In the next moment, he stopped and blasted the heavily injured body of the demon snake prince out of the arena. Although he didn't kill him, his current state was probably worse than death. When he woke up, he would probably want to die, right? Chapter 48-14. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Kang Shinmu would be able to crush the demon snake prince in such a shocking manner. This was an absolute suppression of strength. Many people had been guessing what would happen if Kang Shinmu fought the demon snake prince. Many people had even guessed that Kang Shinmu wouldn't be a match for the Demon Snake Prince. However, no one had expected that Kang Shinmu would severely injure the Demon Snake Prince the moment he stepped into the arena. Although the Demon Snake Prince didn't have time to display his skills and didn't even use the 2 heaven-grade demon weapons, that was his own problem. It had nothing to do with Kang Shinmu. Kang Shinmu's attack had been too fast, and the Demon Snake Prince hadn't been able to react in time. Wasn't this a problem of strength? If he was strong enough, Kang Shinmu wouldn't have been able to injure him. At that moment, the Demon Snake Prince's heavily injured body was blasted out of the arena. Immediately, a Demon God clan expert appeared and caught his body. After a brief inspection, he seemed to be in good condition. After all, he lacked some understanding of the void energy. It wasn't obvious from his appearance. This was a problem of understanding, not a physical problem. Although this injury isn't serious, it's impossible for him to step into the arena again. He'll need at least 3 days to recover. The Demon God clan expert snorted coldly and looked at Kang Shinmu. He immediately warned, "Don't think that you're truly invincible just because you're invincible in the 4th stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Today, you injured the prince. If there's another opportunity in the future, don't blame the Demon God clan for being merciless." Sorry. Kang Shinmu looked at the Demon God clan expert and felt a little embarrassed. This situation stunned the surrounding cultivators. They didn't understand what Kang Shinmu meant. He had defeated the Demon God clan expert in the arena because his opponent was too weak. Why was Kang Shinmu apologizing to the Demon God clan? Were the geniuses of the Dragon God so cowardly and afraid? To be honest, if Kang Shinmu were to fight them head-on, others would probably think that he was a fool. After all, he would have to deal with the demon gods in the future. If he offended them, it would be very inconvenient for him to do things in the future. But wasn't this kind of apology a little too soft? Just when those people thought that Kang Shinmu was a coward, Kang Shinmu said, "I really didn't expect that the so-called Demon Snake Prince of your race was actually so weak. He couldn't even take one move from me. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. So, I'm really sorry for beating him up so badly. However, for this guy to be able to continuously win in the arena and defeat 8 powerful beings from the Void Human tribe, forgive me for being blunt, but just how weak are those 8 so-called powerful beings from the Void Human tribe? Or is it that all of this is just an act? This is an exchange between the 10 major tribes. How could the demon gods and the Void Human tribe be so despicable as to conspire in secret to benefit from it?" When Kang Shinmu said this, the faces of the demon gods and the Void Human tribe turned ashen. They really didn't expect that Kang Shinmu would so brazenly humiliate the 2 major tribes. How much courage did he have? Just these 2 sentences alone had already offended both the Void Human tribe and the Demon God tribe. However, while the members of the Void Human tribe and the Demon God tribe were enraged, the members of the other tribes were extremely pleased. Especially since they had long suspected that the Demon Snake Prince was killing people, but they had no proof. Now that Jiang Shenwu had exposed them, how could they not be pleased? "Don't talk nonsense, you knave." The Demon God powerhouse who had taken away the Demon Snake Prince sneered. "You have no evidence. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in the arena today." This was a clear threat. This Demon God powerhouse was on the level of a super divine dragon. If he attacked Kang Shinmu, then Kang Shinmu would absolutely not be able to resist. Unfortunately, before Kang Shinmu could reply, a supreme powerhouse from the ancient Phoenix tribe said lightly, "If you want to fight in the arena, then fight in the arena. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Demon God tribe, your Demon Snake Prince is too weak." Little brother Kang Shinmu's words are also very reasonable. That is to say, there is no evidence. If there was, then your demon god tribe and the void human tribe would have lost the right to participate in this arena. This was the statement of a supreme powerhouse from the ancient Phoenix tribe. This powerhouse from the ancient Phoenix tribe was a male. His entire body was bathed in flames, so it was impossible to see what he looked like with the naked eye. However, there was a hint of mockery in his voice. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the demon god tribe. Although the demon god tribe and the void human tribe were powerful, this was a joint arena exchange between the 10 great races. If the demon god tribe and the void human tribe were found to have colluded, then they would really be eliminated. Being eliminated was a small matter. The key was, once they were eliminated, all their previous investments would go down the drain. No one would be able to obtain a ranking, so they wouldn't be able to get any cultivation resources back. The key was that in the future, they would likely be ostracized by the other great races. This matter could be big or small. However, if this affected the distribution of key resources, then the 2 great races would suffer great losses. After the ancient Phoenix tribe spoke, the supreme powerhouse from the demon god tribe also said lightly, "That's right. Demon god tribe, void human tribe, both of you have always been so shameless. Don't let us find any evidence. Now, let's just continue watching the arena battles in peace. There are many outstanding geniuses in the arena battles this time. That's right, Kong Shinmu, I really admire you. Isn't the void human tribe very competitive and likes to take revenge for their tribesmen? Why don't you find a member of the void human tribe to fight and seriously injure him? Let's see if the void human tribe will continue to fight like they did with the demon snake prince." When this was said, the faces of the void human tribe powerhouses turned ashen. However, when a supreme powerhouse spoke, ordinary cultivators didn't dare to speak. At this time, an ethereal female voice came from the side of the void human tribe. It sounded a little dissolute. The void human tribe and the dragon god tribe have never had any conflicts. Little brother Kong Shinmu, you can't listen to this nonsense. I know that the demon god tribe has some plans for you. Demon god tribe? Plans? Kong Shinmu's heart stirred. He knew that the demon god tribe's attitude toward him wasn't clear. It was entirely possible that they had some plans against him. Although he felt that there was no need to listen to the words of the void human tribe, Kong Shinmu had to guard against what the female voice said. Chapter 48:15. Therefore, Kong Shinmu did not act rashly. Currently, there was indeed an expert from the virtual human race who was on a winning streak in the 16 arenas. According to the supreme expert from the demon god race, Kong Shinmu could use his last chance to seriously injure that expert from the virtual human race. Then, he would see if the other experts from the virtual human race would continue to challenge him. However, this was also Kong Shinmu's last chance to challenge. Therefore, he could not casually waste it like this. No matter what, he had to play it safe. Moreover, even if he seriously injured that expert from the virtual human race, it would only make Kong Shinmu offend more people from the virtual human race. There was no other use. Therefore, Kong Shinmu did not act. This seemed to be a pity for the supreme expert from the demon god race. However, he did not say much. After all, Kong Shinmu was a young genius from the dragon god race. He had little to do with the demon god race. Kong Shinmu stayed on the arena where the demon snake prince was. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him. No matter what race the genius experts were from, they now knew of Kong Shinmu's strength. Who would dare to challenge such an expert? There was absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, the following day basically became someone else's show ground. Among them, when Ran Ran went on stage, she also attracted a lot of attention. The main reason was that Ran Ran's dark dragon filth controlling technique had reached the extreme sage realm. This was the dragon martial technique that she had been cultivating recently. When the dark dragon filth controlling technique reached the extreme sage realm, her defense and recovery abilities were further enhanced. On such an arena, even if she fought continuously for a day and a night, Ran's strength would not be exhausted. It could be said that under extreme circumstances, her ability to fight continuously was even stronger than Kang Xinmu's. After all, Kang Xinmu still needed to devour the strength of others to recover, while Ran completely relied on her own recovery. In this aspect, she had fewer restrictions than Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu had been observing the battles around him. Ran's fighting style was relatively simple and violent. Just like Kang Xinmu, she would constantly use defensive methods or speed to exhaust the opponent's strength. When the opponent's strength was almost exhausted, she would launch a counterattack. In this way, she could easily win. However, this kind of battle took a long time. There were even many times when Ran couldn't defeat her opponent. It was only after the time it took for an incense stick to burn that she could often injure her opponent a little. According to the severity of injuries, Ran could be said to be the winner because she would always be in peak condition after every fight. There was not a single injury on her body. For supreme experts, this judgment was clear at a glance, so there would not be any disputes. The key was that Ran's tactics really made people a little speechless. Many race cultivators did not believe it and came up to fight with Ran. In the end, they were still exhausted by her strength, or both sides fought back and forth without any gains. In the end, Ran won in peak condition. Unknowingly, Ran had also won 9 times in a row. This made Kang Xinmu quite surprised. This girl was still very powerful. Moreover, she was not as fierce as Kang Xinmu, which made people always feel that it was not as difficult to defeat her as it was to defeat Kang Xinmu. Therefore, there were always people coming up to challenge her. There were 4,000 to 5,000 young 4th-level Emperor stage experts from the 10 major races participating in this arena battle. Even if everyone had 3 chances to challenge, it was not something that could be used up in just 3 days. Therefore, it could be said that there was an endless stream of challengers. For Ran, this was also a form of training when facing experts from other races. This kind of battle was to her heart's content, so much so that the high-level divine spirit dragon martial technique that she cultivated had improved a lot, and even broke through to a higher level, achieving a breakthrough. Breaking through in the midst of a battle was an opportunity, and it could allow a dragon warrior to have a deeper understanding of the dragon martial technique. After this battle, even if Ran's cultivation level and inherited blood essence grade didn't change, her battle prowess had at least doubled compared to before. Many of the details of the battle could be completely grasped at this moment. Her coordination with the various dragon martial skills and the heaven-level Holy Spirit dragon weapon had also become more proficient. In comparison, Ran's battle record was much better than that of Xiao Bai and the others. After all, the recovery ability of the extreme Saint Realm Dark Dragon Filth technique was too strong. It was as if one would never feel tired. Moreover, the recovery speed after injury was also extremely heaven-defying. Even if one was seriously injured, one could recover to full of vigor in a short period of time. This made countless people envious. This dragon warrior was too strong, wasn't it? The Dark Dragon Filth technique inherited from Lil Bei is indeed very strong, but isn't that the dragon martial technique that Lil Bei left in the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy? How did this girl learn it? On the side of the dragon gods, the Dragon of Calamity was a handsome man. After seeing Ran enter the battle, he suddenly felt a little strange. The Lil Bei he mentioned was the Northern Wasteland Xing Tianlong who founded the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy. The Northern Wasteland Xing Tianlong was famous for cultivating the body-refining dragon martial technique. His divine dragon body had almost reached the level where supreme power could not penetrate it, and the Dark Dragon Filth technique was a recovery-type dragon martial technique that he had cultivated in his early years. This dragon martial technique had always been passed down in the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy. Unexpectedly, it was now in the hands of Ran Ran. And Ran Ran. First, she was a student of Donghuang Yangwu College. Later, she was a student of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. No matter how one looked at it, she had nothing to do with the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy. Emperor Shi chuckled and said, "This girl seems to have something to do with an incident that happened in the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy." Because of that incident, the dean of the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Academy was put in confinement for 10 years. It seems that he was released 10 years ago. This girl looks like she is in her 20s, right? Oh, you mean that incident? The Dragon of Calamity suddenly thought of something and said with a sudden realization, "I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it." So, this girl is the daughter of those two geniuses? Should be. Her talent is shining now, which shows how stupid the dean was back then. Emperor Shi said with a smile. This reminds me of Zhuo Xiaofan. Chapter 48:16. In the field, Ran Ran's performance surprised many clans. They didn't expect that there was such a genius in the Dragon God's clan. As for Ran Ran's combat power, many people in the field saw it clearly. Obviously, Ran Ran's real combat power was not too strong, but she had a very strong ability to fight continuously, and she also had the ability to recover from injuries. This allowed Ran Ran to have an unparalleled status in certain special occasions. For example, in the current arena battle, Ran Ran's ability to fight continuously allowed her to win 9 times in a row in the arena. These 9 consecutive victories suddenly made the name Ran Ran resound among all the practitioners of the 10 major clans present. Including the supreme experts, they all remembered this name. After all, to be able to win 9 times in a row in such an occasion was definitely not a coincidence. The main thing was that Ran Ran's 9 consecutive victories were against all clans, so it was impossible for there to be a situation like the situation with the Demon Snake Prince. It was impossible that all clans colluded with the Dragon God's clan, right? Even if there was collusion, it should not be to challenge Ran Ran, but to challenge Kong Xinmu. In this way, Kong Xinmu could win more consecutive victories, and he could be more decisive. All in all, Ran Ran's current personal combat power had now defeated 9 genius experts of various clans in a row, and this had attracted a lot of attention. Even when Emperor Shi and the Dragon of Calamity of Qing Tian talked, they all praised Ran Ran very much. Moreover, the matter of Ran Ran and Kong Xinmu also made the Dragon of Calamity of Qing Tian even more unhappy with Zhuo Xiaofan. Forget about Ran Ran. She should not have been a student of Donghuang Yangwu College, but should have been a student of the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Just because of the incident that happened more than 10 years ago, 2 top geniuses of the Northern Wasteland Dragon Martial Arts Academy were killed. Who would have thought that the daughters of those 2 peerless geniuses would actually grow to such an extent? According to reason, no matter what, Kong Xinmu was born and raised in the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty. Coming from the Yan Dragon Emperor dynasty, he was under the jurisdiction of Donghuang Yangwu College. In the end, such a genius was forced away by Zhuo Xiaofan. This was simply infuriating the Dragon of Calamity. Kong Xinmu was supposed to be a super genius of the Blue Sky Tribulation Dragon's holy land in the future. He might even be able to stand on equal footing with the Blue Sky Tribulation Dragon in the future. But now, he was actually pushed to the 5 extremes Dark Ice Holy Land. Although they were all forces of the Dragon God clan, there were still some differences. For example, Kong Xinmu was a disciple of the Holy Land of 5 extremes Mysterious Ice. This time, he had obtained a sacred grade of heaven and earth with 9 layers of engravings. The superiors of the Dragon God clan had decided to give this sacred grade of heaven and earth to Emperor Shi of the Holy Land of 5 extremes Mysterious Ice. See, isn't this the difference? So, Xiaofan drove away the two geniuses, Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran, which made the Dragon of Calamity extremely depressed. Needless to say, the Dragon of Calamity now knew that the reason why Xiaofan targeted Kang Xinmu was because of a woman. Although that woman was a genius. Could Xiaofan be a little more promising? The Dragon of Azure Sky Calamity regretted raising such a fellow. Originally, he thought that it was better to have one more subordinate than one less. After all, Xiaofang's cultivation talent was not bad. But now, it seemed that it was better not to have such a flawed guy as his subordinate. The loss of having such a subordinate was not insignificant. Anyway, the Clear Sky Tribulation Dragon was quite depressed now. However, since the matter had been decided, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. He just summed up some things from this incident and used them as guidelines for his behavior in the future. This was the origin of the strong becoming stronger. The strong were able to constantly sum up their mistakes and mistakes, allowing them to transform from their mistakes and become even stronger. At this moment, the Dragon of Calamity looked at Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran in the arena with a look of admiration on his face. Of course, he also noticed the performance of the other 4th-level Dragon Emperor students of Donghuang Yangwu College, such as Qin Xiaoya and Zhu Wudi. These two were the most outstanding among the students of Donghuang Yangwu College. Although they were not as heaven-defying as Ran Ran and Kang Xinmu, they were far more powerful than ordinary 4th-level martial emperors. They could basically win more than 3 matches in a row and then leave the arena exhausted, ready to wait for the last opportunity to come. The last opportunity would determine whether all of them could enter the final battle of the top 16, so it was very important. Perhaps supreme experts like Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran did not care about such a segment and were not too nervous about the final moment. But for ordinary cultivators, the final moment was the most important moment. Kang Xinmu was also on full alert. He could not let his guard down during the last day. In fact, Kang Xinmu guessed that there were at least dozens of people waiting beside the arena, waiting for the final moment to come so that they could step into the arena and fight for the position. Obviously, the previous 3 days were a time for everyone to train. Only existences like Kang Xinmu and Ran Ran, who had a heaven-defying recovery ability, could maintain the position of the champion of the arena. Therefore, many people would choose to challenge at the last moment. Once they could stand firm on the arena, they would eventually enter the top 16 of the tournament. According to Kang Xinmu's current observation and estimation, it seemed like 12 of the 16 arenas had not been challenged. It was as if they had already occupied the arenas and the quota had been decided. But in fact, Kang Xinmu could be sure that at least half of the current champions of the 16 arenas would be replaced after 2 hours. This included Kang Xinmu. No one knew how many experts were hiding in the dark, watching the positions of these champions. But no matter who he faced, Kang Xinmu had to guarantee his position as the champion. He could not afford to lose it. Everyone was gearing up for a fight. As the final moment approached, Kang Xinmu felt that the atmosphere in the surrounding 16 arenas had completely changed. It had become incomparably austere and dignified. At this moment, all the battles in the arenas had stopped. It was like the calm before the storm. Everyone looked at the arena nervously. At some point in time, a Sea God clan powerhouse suddenly barged into the arena and launched an explosive attack at the genius arena lord of the Demon God clan. As the genius powerhouse from the Sea God clan launched an attack, the surrounding arenas finally erupted with waves of attacks. Chapter 48:17. On Ran Ran's side, it was a tough battle. After she had won 9 times in a row, no one else dared to challenge her. Finally, another expert with the demonic wolf bloodline of the Demon God clan stepped into the arena and charged at Ran Ran. It was obvious that the Demon God race had suffered a loss at the hands of Kang Xinmu. The Demon Snake Prince, who was a popular candidate for the top 3, had been severely injured by Kang Shinmu and had lost the ability to fight again. Therefore, the demon god race wanted to get back at them by sending the elite with the demon wolf bloodline to challenge Ran Ran's arena. Clearly, this demon god clan genius with the demon wolf bloodline had a terrifying battle prowess. Furthermore, he was able to restrain Ran Ran's abilities. The main reason was that his demon wolf bloodline contained a power that could make one's blood boil. Once injured, the speed at which one's body recovered would become extremely slow. This way, as long as Ran Ran was injured once, her hopes of recovering quickly would be dashed. Even the power in her body wouldn't circulate smoothly. This was the demon god race's revenge on Ran Ran. After the elite with the demon wolf bloodline entered the arena, he launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Ran Ran. Ran Ran kept evading the elite's attacks, which were getting fiercer and fiercer. However, the elite quickly used some tricks and unleashed his innate talent. The elite with the demon wolf bloodline's blood boiled as he unleashed a top-notch demon weapon and demon god martial technique. Originally, the elite with the demon god race's elite thought that he would be able to injure Ran Ran severely. Even if he couldn't injure her severely, he would be able to prevent her from recovering quickly. Then, he would find a way to defeat her. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected Ran Ran to unleash the power of her heaven-grade divine spiritual dragon weapon. Her heaven-grade saint spirit dragon weapon was chosen by Kang Shinmu for her. It made up for her lack of sensitivity. It was a heaven-grade saint spirit dragon weapon that contained the power of the void. To her, it wasn't easy to control. However, she could already use its power to travel through the void in a small area. This was not an ability that just anyone could have. Most importantly, she was now the same as Kang Shinmu. It wasn't too difficult for her to travel through the void, provided that the power of her heaven-level Holy Spirit dragon weapon hadn't been exhausted. Her heaven-level Saint Spiritual Dragon weapon could allow her to teleport through the void at least 100 times. 100 void jumps should be enough to be used in a battle, right? Ran Ran began to dodge in the arena. No matter how the elite with the demon wolf bloodline targeted her and unleashed his strongest attack, she was always one step ahead of him. With the heaven-grade Saint Spirit Dragon weapon's ability to travel through the void, she was able to escape from the opponent's attack. In a short period of time, Ran Ran constantly maneuvered the heaven-grade Saint Spirit Dragon weapon to dodge in all directions, avoiding the opponent's attack. Moreover, Ran Ran was constantly familiarizing herself with her heaven-grade Saint Spirit Dragon weapon. This was not only a heaven-grade Saint Spirit Dragon weapon that could travel through the void, but it also had the ability to attack and defend with the power of the void. Ran Ran directly activated the offensive battle patterns, causing the offensive battle patterns in the heaven-grade Saint Spirit Dragon weapon to be completely activated and added to herself. This caused her comprehension of the power of the void to rise. It was obvious that Ran Ran was the same as Kang Shinmu. She was actually improving herself in battle. This scene shocked the surrounding geniuses. The dragon gods had produced two monstrous geniuses at the same time. The demon god race genius with the demon wolf bloodline clearly specialized in restraining Ran Ran's recovery ability. However, Ran Ran didn't fight head-on with him at all. She directly dodged the opponent's most fatal attack and consumed his energy. The genius with the demon wolf bloodline couldn't keep up with Ran Ran's movements at all. He could only continuously attack Ran Ran and consume his energy. If this was in the wild, the genius with the demon wolf bloodline might not be so irrational. The key was that the rules of this arena battle were that both sides only had an incense stick's worth of time. After that incense stick's worth of time, the one who was more heavily injured would be the loser. And if both sides weren't injured, then the defending side would be the winner. This was why the genius with the demon wolf bloodline was so anxious. If Ran Ran kept dodging like this, not only would she consume his energy, but she would also be able to ensure his victory. The defending side was originally faced with a continuous battle, so this rule was also reasonable. As long as both sides weren't injured, then the attacking side would lose. This genius with the demon wolf bloodline could be considered to be specially selected by the demon god race to deal with Ran Ran. If he lost, it would definitely be a great loss to the demon god race. Of course, the demon god race wouldn't bet all their treasures on him alone. There might be other arrangements in the future. However, to this genius with the demon wolf bloodline, if he lost, it would mean that his status in the demon god race would definitely plummet. Therefore, he couldn't lose. Therefore, this fellow fought even harder. He wanted to injure Ran Ran, even if it was just a little bit. Unfortunately, Ran Ran didn't give him such a chance. She kept dodging and didn't let her opponent touch her black dragon body. This terrifyingly powerful void comprehension infuriated the genius with the demon wolf bloodline. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Ran Ran, but that he couldn't hit Ran Ran. Under the rules of this arena battle, he could only be judged as the loser. How displeased was he? The time it took to burn a joss stick was up. The genius with the demon wolf bloodline was furious. He even condensed 2 demon wolf doppelgangers and released his most powerful attack in the arena. Unfortunately, Ran Ran didn't dodge. Instead, she charged towards the body of the demon wolf bloodline. Chaotic 10,000 Dragons Heavenly Lock, Dark Phoenix Hard Extermination. These 2 dragon techniques that she had comprehended to a relatively high realm erupted at this moment. The terrifying power directly bombarded the body of the demon wolf bloodline. This sudden attack stunned the opponent. Although he instinctively used defensive techniques, he still wasn't able to completely block Ran Ran's attack. Therefore, this genius with the demon wolf bloodline was actually blasted out of the arena by Ran Ran. If the time it took to burn a joss stick was up and neither side was able to injure the other, the genius with the demon wolf bloodline would probably be able to accept it. However, right now, he was suddenly blasted out of the arena by Ran Ran's sneak attack before the time it took to burn a joss stick was up. This meant that he had completely failed. Chapter 48-21. While Ran Ran was vigilantly fighting, the other hidden experts of the various races also began to make their moves. There were also many experts from the 4 dragon martial academies of the dragon gods. For example, Liang Xiao went up to fight in the last 2 hours. The opponent he chose was a young genius from the Devil Leader clan who had already defeated 4 people in a row in the arena. This young genius from the Devil Leader clan's battle strength was not low, but after his previous 4 battles, Liang Xiao had already gained a considerable understanding of his fighting style. Most importantly, Liang Xiao's power was somewhat of a counter to this young genius from the Devil Fiend tribe. Let's go! Liang Xiao was not afraid, and he directly rushed up to the arena. He had already gone up once before, but his performance had been average. Of course, it was not because his battle strength was inferior, but because he had only gone up to experience it a little. In fact, he had not shown his true strength at all. Even so, he had still defeated 2 opponents. In any case, the final moment was approaching, and he had to use his strongest strength. When Liang Xiao went up, Xiao Bai and Xiao Yuhua also set their targets and rushed up to the arena. Now, there were only 2 hours left until the final moment. If each battle lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then there would be 4 battles left. 4 battles in 2 hours. This wasn't a high frequency of battles. For Xiao Bai, Xiao Yuhua, and Liang Xiao, their battle strength was completely enough to support them in these 4 high-intensity battles. They did not need to worry too much about their strength being exhausted, because before going up to fight, they had each taken some elixirs that could restore their strength. These elixirs were very powerful, and it was common knowledge that the effects of such elixirs would not be released in a short period of time. In the next 2 hours, the elixirs would be released continuously in their bodies, which meant that they could continuously restore their strength in the next 2 hours. According to the rules, elixirs were not allowed in the arena, but they had taken elixirs outside the arena, so this was not a violation of the rules. It was clear that this was an unspoken rule among the major races. At this point in time, practically all the geniuses of the various races who wanted to make the final dash would consume some recovery medicinal pills before entering the arena. As for Xiao Bai, Liang Xiao, and Xiao Yuhua, the timing of their appearance was very precise. When they appeared, the other restless fellows didn't even have time to react. In the end, they directly chose 3 arenas and went on stage. Moreover, after they went on stage, they even communicated with their opponents. "Hey, handsome guy from the Devil Leader clan. I'm from the Dragon God clan. Why don't we take a break before we fight? I can see that you're quite tired. You should rest first. When it's about time, we'll decide the winner in one go. How about it?" Liang Xiao said in a carefree manner. The genius cultivator from the Devil Fiend clan felt that what he said was right. After all, he hadn't fully recovered yet. If he fought now and ended the battle quickly, he would have to face another opponent, so there was no need. He glanced at Liang Xiao and nodded lightly. Then, he rested while keeping his guard up against Liang Xiao. In his opinion, there was no need for Liang Xiao to waste time with him. The only possibility was that Liang Xiao wanted to launch a sneak attack while he was resting. If that was the case, he had to be careful of Liang Xiao. But what he didn't know was that Liang Xiao's actions were completely for his own sake. He also didn't want to face too many battles, so he was directly stalling for time with his opponent. In a situation where both sides were willing to waste time, they naturally came to an agreement. Both sides rested on the arena. When half the time for an incense stick to burn had passed, the genius from the Devil Leader clan finally couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't fight and Liang Xiao was an agile type, he would be judged to be the loser if he couldn't injure him in a short time. Therefore, the genius from the Devil Leader clan finally attacked. At the same time, Xiao Bai, Xiao Yuhua, and Xiao Yuhua also did the same. Their opponents also listened to their suggestion and waited for a while to fight. But almost at this time, the battle directly erupted. The 3 opponents of the 3 had more or less recovered, so they attacked the 3 of them. Unfortunately, the 3 of them finally used their full strength. Whether it was Xiao Bai, Liang Xiao, or Xiao Yuhua, they were all extremely strong now. They each used the high-grade Divine Spirit Dragon martial skills they cultivated, and then used the heaven-grade Divine Spirit Dragon weapons. The combination of the 2 instantly exploded with terrifying power. Although it wasn't their strongest battle strength, they directly attacked and injured their opponents while they were off guard. Including Liang Xiao's Devil Leader clan opponent, the 3 foreign race geniuses' defensive barriers were all shattered, and they were injured. Immediately afterward, Liang Xiao and the other 2 used almost the same method to dodge. Their opponents hadn't lost the ability to fight, so they naturally wouldn't directly give up and leave the arena. But they were already injured, so as long as Xiao Bai and Liang Xiao could delay until the incense stick's time was up, they would be able to guarantee their victory. This was the last battle before the final moment arrived, so the 3 of them used some small tricks to allow themselves to occupy an advantageous position on the arena earlier. At the same time, they also saved themselves the energy they expended in the fierce battle. After an incense stick's time, their opponents couldn't catch up to them, nor could they injure them. Thus, the 3 of them successfully became the arena masters of the 3 arenas. When the time was up, the 3 opponents were directly expelled from the arena by the power of the arena because their injuries were more serious than the 3 of them. Immediately afterward, other opponents directly rushed into the arena and began the next battle, in a situation where the final moment was about to arrive. Because there were many people fighting over the arena, it was very difficult to fight for an opportunity to go on the arena. Originally, people were not allowed to enter within 100 feet of the arena. Therefore, many people were waiting outside the 100 feet radius. At the end of each battle, there would be at least 10 geniuses from different races waiting around each arena. They would then rush towards the arenas as fast as they could. In the end, only one person would be able to enter the arenas and obtain the chance to attack. Therefore, the competition was very fierce. Just now, Xiao Bai and the other two had taken advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to them to directly enter the arena, so that no one could react. No one wanted to go on the arena too early, because if it was too early, it meant that they would have to experience more battles before they could become the final arena master. That could be said to be extremely difficult. If 1 or 2 battles ended too quickly, it was possible that they would have to experience 5 or 6 battles, or even more, to become the final arena master. Therefore, the timing that Liang Xiao and the others had calculated was just right. Chapter 48-22. In addition to Xiao Bai, Liang Xiao, and Xiao Yuhua, there were others who also made their moves. On the side of the dragon gods, Zhu Wudi and Qin Xiaoye did not have the same combat power and confidence as Xiao Bai and the other two, so they did not get the right to attack the ring first. When they wanted to go up, the ring they were staring at had already been attacked by others. There were many geniuses from the top 10 races, and they were all mixed together. It was not easy to attack the ring. Among the experts who participated in the battle, there were not many people who had the power of the void. There might be more people from the virtual human clan, but in general, the number of practitioners who could travel through the void was less than 1%. So most of the time, it was a competition to see who was faster to enter the ring. Kong Shinmu's ring was the quietest. His combat power was the strongest, and his strength was absolutely overwhelming. Didn't you see that the Demon Snake Prince was killed by Kong Shinmu with one move? Moreover, he was seriously injured and lost the qualification this time. So, among the 16 rings, the other rings were all in fierce battles, and only Kong Shinmu's ring was unchallenged. This made Kong Shinmu quite puzzled, but he was happy to be idle, so he directly observed the battle situation of Xiao Bai and Ran. This move is not bad. Very good, I hurt my opponent again. As long as I can buy time, it will be fine. Kong Shinmu observed the battle of Xiao Bai and the others, and soon found that the situation was good. Whether it was Xiao Bai, Xiao Yuhua, Ran, or Liang Xiao, the 4 of them fought very steadily. Facing all kinds of opponents from different races, they used steady methods, first detecting the opponent's strength, and then slowly defeating the opponent. They were not anxious at all. At this time, they could not be anxious. Anyway, after defeating one opponent, there would be more opponents. At this point in the arena battle, it was a test of one's endurance. For the geniuses outside the arena, it was a test of their speed. If they could get on the arena first, they would have the opportunity to challenge their opponents in the arena. There were not many opportunities left. In the end, there were at most 4 or 5 matches left on each arena. Moreover, as time passed, many people became more and more anxious. It was very likely that they wouldn't even have the chance to take advantage of the situation in the end. Many people knew the rules of this arena battle. The later one went up, the more advantageous it would be. However, the more time passed, the more people would fight for the opportunity to go on stage. From another perspective, only the strongest people would have the opportunity to fight for the advantage of going on stage at the end. Those who were weaker or slower would have no chance at all if they did not go on stage earlier. Many people could only watch helplessly as others snatched the opportunity to go on stage, while they themselves were blocked outside the protective barrier of the arena. If he couldn't get the chance to go on stage, he could only watch helplessly. Zhu Wudi and Qin Xiaoye stared at their respective arenas. Fortunately, they managed to get a chance to go on stage. However, whether it was Zhu Wudi or Qin Xiaoye, they were facing extremely strong opponents. Even with the help of Kong Shinmu's heaven-grade divine dragon weapon, their own strength was still slightly inferior. After all, they did not cultivate any high-grade divine dragon martial techniques, so the level of their dragon martial techniques was slightly lower than Xiao Bai's. Therefore, their direct combat strength was slightly weaker than Xiao Bai's. This also meant that after they went on stage and defeated an opponent, the two of them had already suffered heavy injuries. This put them in a passive position. After all, they did not have any means of rapid recovery. In this kind of situation, as long as the next person in the ring slowly delayed and dodged the attacks, they would not be able to defeat their opponent. In fact, this was the case. The genius cultivators of the 16 major clans competed for the positions in the 16 arenas. In other words, only 1 out of 100 geniuses could stand in the ring until the end. Zhu Wudi and Qin Xiaoya's strength was still a little lacking, and the last ones to attack the ring were the super experts who had hidden until the end. None of these super experts were much weaker than the Snake Demon Prince. They were all the super elite geniuses of the 4th level Emperor stage, and each of them had top-notch combat strength. These people rushed into the ring as fast as they could. Then, they used their strongest combat strength to defeat their opponents. Not only were Zhu Wudi and Qin Xiaoya directly delayed, but they were also judged to have lost and had to leave the ring. Even Xiao Bai and the others were now in an extremely difficult and fierce battle. They had to be careful not to get injured in the battle. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have to leave the ring in the next round. At this time, Kang Xinmu observed that Xiao Bai, Ran Ran, Xiao Yuhua, and Liang Xiao were all in a difficult battle. Their combat strength was originally not at the peak of the 4th level Emperor stage like Kang Xinmu. Although they had heaven-ranked Divine Spirit Dragon weapons and cultivated high-grade Divine Spirit Dragon martial techniques, their opponents were also at the same level. However, it was obvious that the 4 of them had rich combat experience. In the past year or two, they had experienced a lot in the void battlefield of the Dragon Martial Continent. They had rich combat experience and could completely deal with many different opponents. At this moment, although the ring was surrounded by danger, they finally stabilized their footing. There were people who challenged them one after another, and they were all injured by them within a limited time. Although they did not completely defeat their opponents, as long as they were not injured and their opponents were injured, it was enough. In this ring battle, as long as they could delay the time, they would be able to win the ring battle. Therefore, among the 16 rings, no one dared to challenge Kang Xinmu's ring, but among the other 15 rings, there were actually 4 rings that were firmly controlled by the Dragon God clan. Even the geniuses and experts of the various clans did not have a good way to deal with Xiao Bai and the other 3. It should be known that the head-on combat strength of Xiao Bai and the other 3 were basically at the level of the Demon Snake Prince. Even if they faced the Demon Snake Prince, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. How could it be so easy for others to defeat them? Even if they just wanted to injure them, it would not be an easy task. In fact, it might even be extremely difficult. They were too cautious. Everyone would rather not injure their opponents and pay attention to protecting themselves. During this period, there was an accident. Liang Xiao did not handle it well and was injured by a genius expert of the Star God clan. The next match was against a genius from the Void Human clan. The genius from the Void Human clan directly avoided a head-on battle. After the battle was over, Liang Xiao's injuries had not fully recovered, and he was immediately judged to have lost. This could be considered an accident. However, Liang Xiao had long been prepared for this kind of accident. Chapter 48-23. Liang Xiao's actions stunned all the prodigies from the various clans who wanted to fight for the ring. How could this guy be so shameless? This guy must have calculated the time. In fact, this was indeed the case. Judging from the time, the next battle should be the last one. After this battle, the final moment would arrive. The remaining cultivators in the ring would be the top 16. Liang Xiao had been planning ever since he was injured. He knew that once he was injured, his opponent in the next battle would try to stall for time. As long as he could stall for 30 minutes, he would be declared the loser. Liang Xiao didn't think that this was a bad thing. Instead, it was suitable for him to obtain the final victory. At the last moment, he used his dragon blood to form a doppelganger. This divine dragon doppelganger chased after the virtual human tribe prodigy and confused the other prodigies from the various clans who wanted to fight for the ring. When the time was up, the prodigies from the various clans who wanted to fight for the ring were calculating the time in their hearts. However, before the time was up, Liang Xiao voluntarily retreated from the ring. It was his divine dragon body that was hidden in the ring. Then, the doppelganger that was fighting fiercely in the ring dissipated. This scene dumbfounded the surrounding people. They didn't know what was going on and thought that Liang Xiao had hidden himself. However, Liang Xiao's divine dragon body immediately appeared and charged back into the ring. He had used one chance to attack the ring 2 days ago and had just used it again. Therefore, he only had one last chance left. The prodigies from the various clans didn't expect this turn of events at all. Then, Liang Xiao returned to the ring. This time, he had recovered quite well. He directly attacked the virtual human tribe prodigy. It had to be said that Liang Xiao's overall combat strength had become very terrifying. Among the 4th stage martial emperor prodigies, although his combat strength wasn't as strong as Kong Shinmu's, he was still comparable to the snake demon prince. Therefore, Liang Xiao used all his strength to deal with the virtual human tribe prodigy. The terrifying power of the dragon blood exploded. No matter how hard the virtual human tribe prodigy tried to hide, he couldn't escape Liang Xiao's attack. The void human race genius expert even used the void black hole dragon martial technique to defend against Liang Xiao while defending against Liang Xiao's dragon blood explosion. However, Liang Xiao's attacks were too ferocious. He didn't even care where the genius of the void human tribe was. He directly attacked the entire arena. The innate power of the dragon blood exploded in the arena. It kept erupting, making it impossible for the genius of the void human tribe to dodge. Of course, this genius expert of the void human tribe also had some trump cards. For example, he could hide his entire body in the void. No matter how Liang Xiao attacked, he wouldn't be able to hurt him. However, this fellow's ability to hide in the void was naturally inferior to Kong Shinmu's. Even Kong Shinmu could only hide in the void for a short period of time, let alone this genius powerhouse of the virtual human tribe. He could only hide for a moment. After a while, he had no choice but to come out of the void and use a defensive divine void martial skill to defend against Liang Xiao's attacks. He wanted to counterattack, but Liang Xiao didn't give him such a chance. The 9 heavenly dragon blood explosion technique, dragon blood meteor explosion technique, dragon blood exploding pearl, and the heaven-grade divine dragon weapon that Kong Shinmu had recently prepared for him were all unleashed by him. The strongest explosive power of the dragon blood was released in the arena. Previously, in order to prevent himself from getting injured, Liang Xiao didn't use these self-harming techniques. However, this time, this was already his last battle against the genius expert of the void human tribe. Therefore, he was able to erupt with his full strength and use it to fight against his opponent. The arena that Liang Xiao was in was already filled with the explosive power of the innate power of the dragon blood. This shocked the surrounding dragon martial artists. This dragon martial artist was fighting with no regard for his own life. Under such a crazy and indiscriminate attack, Liang Xiao was the first to be injured. However, the genius expert of the void human tribe couldn't avoid it either. Soon, his defense was broken, and he was seriously injured by Liang Xiao. Liang Xiao's situation was relatively stable. In the end, there should be a place for Liang Xiao among the remaining practitioners in the 16 arenas. However, Xiao Bai, Ran Ran, and Xiao Yuhua weren't as crazy. Ran Ran's defense and recovery abilities were very strong. Her fighting style was always steady and steady. She had already defeated several opponents in a row, and her body was still in peak condition. She used all her strength to deal with each opponent seriously. In any case, when an incense stick's time was up, her injuries would always be much lighter than her opponents'. The Dark Dragon filth controlling technique of the Extreme Sage realm was simply too powerful. No matter what level the dragon technique was, as long as it was cultivated to the Extreme Sage realm, it would have a rather heaven-defying effect. Of course, the higher the level of the dragon technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate to the Extreme Sage realm. For example, Kong Shinmu's 9th stage Extreme Dao Horseshoe Dragon Explosion was not something that could be cultivated to the Extreme Sage realm in a short period of time. In fact, it might not even be achieved in a few years. Relying on the Extreme Sage realm Dark Dragon filth controlling technique, Ran was also able to stabilize one of the 16 arenas. In comparison, the battle between Xiao Bai and Xiao Yuhua was filled with more artistic value. Xiao Bai's innate ability was of the ice attribute. Her 10,000 ice dragon pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers could completely control her opponent for more than an incense stick's time. Therefore, as long as she found an opportunity to use the 10,000 ice dragon pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers to control her opponent, she could completely guarantee her victory. She relied on this method of control to make her opponent unable to resist when facing her. Of course, occasionally, when she encountered an opponent that could break through her control, she would use the heaven-rank Saint Dragon weapon to once again unleash the power of the 10,000 ice dragon pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers to suppress her opponent. The 10,000 ice dragon pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers that she executed became stronger and stronger, making people unable to determine where her limits were. Initially, she condensed 33 ice dragon pagoda to suppress her opponent, but as the battle progressed, the number of ice dragon pagoda she condensed increased from 33 to 45, then 60, then 77, and finally 99. The more ice dragon pagoda she condensed, the stronger her suppressive power became, making it impossible for her opponent to break free from the suppression of the ice dragon pagoda. Many people felt that 99 ice dragon pagoda was her limit, but very quickly, she condensed 120 ice dragon pagoda, and even 145 ice dragon pagoda. Too terrifying. Chapter 48-26. Until the end, Xiao Bai did not use her most powerful technique. Ice Dragon 10,000 pagoda suppressing mountains and rivers. To what extent had she cultivated this high-grade Holy Spirit Dragon martial skill? No one knew. Furthermore, the top-grade heaven-level Holy Spirit Dragon weapon was something that even some genius cultivators of the other races might not possess. The combination of these two allowed Xiao Bai to defeat 4 opponents in a row in the arena and successfully stand at the end. Following that was the Laughing Flower. The strength of the Laughing Flower was a bit more domineering. During the battle, it could be said that the entire arena was filled with flames, and the Phoenix Dance burning the 9 heavens was still her main attack method. As long as this move could hit the opponent, it could weaken the opponent's fire attribute resistance, and the following attack could cause more lethality to the opponent. Most opponents would condense a defensive barrier when facing an attack, and only a few who were proficient in movement techniques would try to dodge. Therefore, to the Laughing Flower, she would constantly use the Phoenix Dance burning the 9 heavens to attack the opponent, making it impossible for the opponent to retaliate. Then, at the right time, she would directly use her high-grade Holy Spirit Dragon martial skill. At this time, the opponent's fire attribute resistance would already be weakened to the extreme. With one move, she could break the opponent's defensive barrier and injure the opponent. Even if it was only a slight injury, the Laughing Flower had already established her victory. This was because during this period of time, after Kong Shinmu left, they had also mastered a lot of defensive methods to deal with the enemy's attacks. Of course, they did not cultivate the defensive type of dragon martial skill, but through the cultivation of the movement dragon martial skill, illusion dragon martial skill, etc., to confuse and dodge the opponent. This way, they would not be hit by the opponent's attack. This kind of dragon martial skill had a more obvious effect when cultivated. Unlike the defensive dragon martial skill, if one did not cultivate to a high level, it would not have a strong defensive ability, which was equivalent to not cultivating at all. In this way, whether it was the Laughing Flower, Liang Xiao, or Ran Ran, they could fight more easily. With their powerful attack ability, they could suppress the opponent's strength to a certain extent, and the opponent's limited strength to counterattack was unable to threaten their safety. Under such conditions, the Laughing Flower and the others successfully stood on the stage. With the characteristics of the Phoenix dance burning the 9 heavens and the super-destructive power of the high-grade Holy Spirit dragon martial skill, Laughing Flower directly persisted on the stage until the end. So far, the 3 genius dragon martial artists of the Dragon Gods had become one of the top 16 in the arena, and all 3 were students of the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy. In addition, whether it was the Dragon Emperor Dragon Martial Warriors among the common people, or the 4th-layer Emperor Dragon Martial Artists from the hidden Dragon Martial families, no one could stay on the stage. There was only one 4th-layer Dragon Monarch Dragon Martial Artist from the hidden Dragon Martial Artist clan. He seemed to be from the hidden Dragon Martial Artist clan's Gu family, and his name was Gu Litian. This person had not grown up in the martial dragon continent. Instead, he had displayed extremely high talent in his early years and had been sent to the Dragon God's great world to cultivate. When he had been in the Dragon God's great world, Gu Litian seemed to have been in the 5 extremes Dark Ice Holy Land. This person did not grow up in the Dragon Martial continent. Instead, he showed great talent in his early years and was sent to the Dragon God's world to cultivate. When he was in the Dragon God's world, Gu Litian seemed to be in the holy lands of 5 extremes mysterious ice. Dragon martial artists of the hidden Dragon Martial Artists, the Gu family, belonged to the Emperor Shi Dragon Martial Academy in the Dragon Martial continent. The Dragon Martial Artists of the Gu family joined the Dragon Martial Academy. Gu Litian's battle prowess was also very strong, and he couldn't be underestimated. However, it could be seen that he seemed to have some enmity towards Jiang Shenwu. Of course, Jiang Shenwu didn't really care about him. Gu Litian's combat ability was also very strong and could not be ignored. However, it was obvious that he seemed to be hostile towards Kang Xinmu. Of course, Kang Xinmu did not pay much attention to him. After all, at this time, no one had come to challenge his stage. There should not be anyone coming to challenge him until the end. However, at this time, outside the stage that Kang Xinmu was in, a huge black shadow suddenly landed on the stage he was in. With a loud bang, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. Kang Xinmu was very familiar with such a black shadow. A genius cultivator of the demon god race. A member of the demon god race had transformed into the body of a demon god and appeared in front of Kang Xinmu. This demon god's body was that of a 16-winged heavenly demon god. Most importantly, Kang Xinmu felt a familiar aura from this demon god race cultivator. It can't be. Kang Xinmu's expression became strange. The 16-winged heavenly demon god's body in front of him looked slender and seemed to be a woman. Moreover, the aura on her body was very familiar to Kang Xinmu. It was the aura of the demon god race's little princess, Sui. However, Sui should not have reached the 4th level of the martial emperor realm yet, right? The 16-winged heavenly demon god's body in front of him gave off the aura of a 4th-level martial emperor. Logically, Sui should not have been able to improve so quickly. If she had this speed of improvement, she should have been a demon emperor the first time he saw her. But at that time, Sui was only a low-level demon king. She was far from the 4th level of the martial emperor realm. What's going on? Is it her? Kang Xinmu could not help but ask the demon god ancestor in his mind. From the bloodline, it should be, the demon god ancestor's consciousness also seemed uncertain. What do you mean by should be? Can't you recognize Sui? Kang Shinmu was a little depressed. I really can't recognize her. I'll be honest with you. From the aura, the so-called demon god race cultivators who have inherited my bloodline are exactly the same in my eyes. Even if there are some small differences between them, I can't recognize them. The demon god ancestor transmitted his thoughts. Think about it. For a god like me, how can I distinguish the difference between two ants? Kang Shinmu, even you can't tell the difference between two ants, right? Forget it, forget it. Kang Shinmu could not refute the demon god ancestor's words. He could only focus on the slender body of the 16-winged heavenly demon in front of him. You are Sui? Kang Shinmu could not help but ask in a low voice. However, Jiang Shenwu didn't react at all. Only the corners of the devil god's mouth curled up slightly, and then his entire body suddenly exploded out. The pitch-black devilish energy on his entire body condensed into 3 black beams of light that swept towards Jiang Shenwu. Kang Shinmu felt that the other party was not Sui, but he really did not want to fight with the demon god race. If the other party was Sui, he naturally could not fight with her. And if the other party was not Sui, it was not convenient for him to fight with the demon god race. After all, they might be on the same side in the future. Therefore, after Jiang Shenwu observed the situation in the other arenas, when the 16-winged Sky Fiend Celestial launched an attack on him, he immediately flew out of the arena in his black dragon form. He left the arena voluntarily, choosing to give up. Chapter 48-28. Kang Shinmu did not fight with the demon god clan cultivator that he suspected to be Sui. He thought about it and felt that there was a possibility that this 16-winged sky demon god was Sui. Hence, there was no need for him to fight head-on. In any case, even if Kang Shinmu gave up on this arena, he still had one more chance to attack. Hence, he gave up on this arena and traveled through the void. The next moment, he appeared on another arena that had just finished its battle. In this arena, a genius cultivator of the demon god clan had defeated his opponent. Before he had time to rest, he saw a black divine dragon traversing through the void and appearing in the void outside the arena, flying directly onto the arena. Kang Shinmu's speed was too fast. He was so fast that the surrounding cultivators, who were fighting to rush onto the arena, did not have time to react before Kang Shinmu beat him to it. There was only half an incense stick's time left. If any random cultivator came to challenge this demon god clan genius, and there was no clear winner, the demon god clan genius would win. After all, he was the defending party. However, when Kang Shinmu appeared in front of him, the demon god clan genius's mood plummeted. Originally, he had the chance to successfully defend his arena and become one of the top 16. But now, the person who had appeared in front of him was actually Kang Shinmu. Kang Shinmu was the only powerful existence in this arena who could crush everyone else. Once Kang Shinmu appeared, not to mention there was only half an incense stick's time left, even if there was only a moment left, he might be defeated by Kang Shinmu. Why was Kang Shinmu suddenly on this arena? The demon god clan genius glanced at the arena that Kang Shinmu had originally been on and saw a 16-winged sky demon god on that arena. He also seemed to be dumbfounded. He had not expected Kang Shinmu to run away. What's going on? This genius of the demon god clan possessed the bloodline of the berserk shark of the deep sea. The cultivators of the demon god clan with this bloodline mainly relied on their physical bodies to fight. The defensive ability of their demonic bodies was extremely strong, and they possessed a defensive strength that made people despair. However, he did not feel that he could withstand Kang Shinmu's attack. Of course, he could not directly admit defeat to Kang Shinmu. When Kang Shinmu appeared, he had no time to recover from the previous battle. He could only rush toward Kang Shinmu as fast as he could. The deep-sea mad shark bloodline power condensed into a terrifying endless whirlwind that covered his entire demonic body. The bloodline of the deep-sea mad shark was to use the power of the endless whirlwinds to temper its demonic body. At this moment, this person had already erupted with all his strength. The endless whirlwinds wrapped around the demonic body of the deep-sea mad shark and swept towards Jiang Shenwu. With a loud bang, he hit Kong Shinmu's black dragon body. This was the demon god clan genius' most powerful attack. However, the deep-sea mad shark bloodline inheritor was disappointed to find that Kong Shinmu's black dragon body did not waver under his full attack. It was intact. Kong Shinmu had released the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Art's defensive stance. His defensive ability had reached an extremely high level. It was not something that this guy could break. Then, Kong Shinmu's sevenfold horn dragon explosion swept out and exploded around the deep-sea mad shark's body. The terrifying power forced the genius of the demon god clan to retreat. Following that, a continuous stream of hornless dragon explosions appeared around him. Again and again, the demon god clan genius, whose forte was defense, felt dizzy. The deep-sea frenzy shark's body also started to bleed. He was injured. Kong Shinmu's attack was too terrifying. When he launched his attack, Kong Shinmu switched the Divine Dragon Tyrant Body Art's defensive stance to the offensive stance. He also used the Snow Wind Dragon Stone. The Snow Wind Dragon Stone was only an Earth-grade divine spiritual dragon weapon. However, when used by Kong Shinmu, its destructive power was shocking. This was mainly because Kong Shinmu's offensive power was too strong. Although the quality of the dragon weapon was average, it allowed his overall offensive power to reach the peak of others. Moreover, under Kong Shinmu's continuous attacks, the demon god clan genius had no room to dodge or counterattack. When the time for half an incense stick to burn was over, Kong Shinmu directly blasted the demon god clan genius out of the arena. This genius from the demon god clan who inherited the deep-sea mad shark clan had already defeated 2 opponents in this arena. Furthermore, both of them were top geniuses who came to the arena to win. It could be seen that the strength of his physical body had reached a certain level. Unfortunately, under Kong Shinmu's attacks, this fellow had no room to resist and was blasted out of the arena. The final moment had arrived. Kong Shinmu hovered in the air above the arena and looked at the arena he had just been in. He saw that the 16-winged sky demon god was also looking at him. The beautiful eyes on the sky demon god's body seemed to be a little curious. This fellow doesn't look like Sui. Kong Shinmu felt a headache coming on. Although from a strategic point of view, there was no loss for him to directly withdraw from the arena, such a move would still be somewhat suspicious. Why was it equivalent to admitting defeat to a demon god clan cultivator? To the dragon gods and the other races, this was something worth studying. There was no doubt that on the surface, Kong Shinmu had no reason to admit defeat to the demon god clan cultivator. Some people guessed that Kong Shinmu might have made some secret deal with the demon god clan, right? If that was the case, it was possible that Kong Shinmu would give up the position of arena master to the demon god clan cultivator at the last moment. However, people soon discovered that the 16-winged sky demon god had extremely terrifying combat power. After Jiang Shenwu left that arena, some genius cultivators from various races who couldn't find an opportunity in the other arenas flew directly to that arena to challenge the 16-winged Skyfiend Celestial of the Fiend Celestial race. Just as Kong Shinmu defeated the deep-sea mad shark clan genius, the 16-winged sky demon god had already defeated 2 opponents who dared to challenge her. They were from the Talisman Water race and the 1,000-winged snake race. Moreover, they were all defeated by her in one move. This shocked all the surrounding races. The demon god royal family, who had inherited the legacy of the 16-winged heavenly demon god, seemed to have extremely terrifying combat power. They were much stronger than the demon snake prince and were not far from Jiang Shenwu. They were all top-notch 4th-level Emperor-level cultivators. Could it be that Kang Xinmu had seen through her strength? Chapter 48-30. No one knew if there was any deal between Kang Xinmu and the Demon God clan. But no matter what, the result was already out. On the 16 arenas, almost every clan had at least one person occupying it. Of course, there were 2 clans, including the Star God clan and the Sea God clan, that no one could occupy an arena. A total of 8 clans' genius practitioners occupied all 16 arenas. This made the supreme experts of the Star God clan and the Sea God clan almost die of anger. However, the supreme experts were all experienced and knowledgeable, and they would not lose their composure because of such a small matter. And for the supreme experts, the most important event was the next 3 days of the Dragon Emperor Tutor's arena battles. Therefore, losing the current battle was not too bad. As long as they could get some results, it would be fine. No one from the Star God clan and the Sea God clan could stand on the arena, but the Dragon God clan unexpectedly had 6 geniuses occupying an arena. Among them were Kang Xinmu, Xiao Bai, Ran Ran, Liang Xiao, Xiao Yuhua, and Gu Litian from the Hidden Dragon clan. Logically speaking, before this arena battle reached the end, no one had expected such a situation. Didn't the Dragon God clan only have the dragon martial artists from the dragon martial continent participating? How could there be so many powerful geniuses? In the area of the 4th level of the Emperor stage, there were 6 of them standing on the arena, and almost every one of them had consecutively defeated 4 or 5 opponents from other clans. This meant that the Dragon God clan occupied 6 arenas, and the remaining 10 arenas were occupied by the other 7 clans. The Demon God clan had 2 arenas for their people, the Ancient Phoenix clan had 2 arenas for them, and the Demon God clan had 2 arenas for their people. As for the other 4 clans, they only had 1 arena for their people. After the results were out, all the practitioners present were whispering. Some could not believe such a result. The Dragon God clan had such a powerful force in the Dragon Martial Continent? The dragon martial artists of the Dragon Martial Continent who knew about all this also felt that it was a little unbelievable, because all 6 dragon martial artists actually belonged to the faction of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Even Gu Litian from the secluded dragon family belonged to the 5 Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land and had come down from there. In a sense, Gu Litian was also from the Martial Dragon Continent. That was why he could participate in this battle. Gu Litian was currently at the 4th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. He wasn't related to the Gu family of the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice City. He was a descendant of the hidden Gu family of the Martial Dragon Continent. Within the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land, he was one of the more famous explorers of the unparalleled ruins. Before the top 16 were decided, everyone still had to rest for 2 hours. Hence, the powerhouses standing in the arena all retreated to their respective spectator stands. Gu Litian took this opportunity to fly over to Kang Xinmu. He had transformed into the form of a Thunder Divine Dragon and arrived before Kang Xinmu. His pair of divine dragon eyes were somewhat provocative as he said, "Kang Xinmu, your strength is indeed not bad." It could be seen that Gu Litian had some enmity towards Kang Xinmu. However, Kang Xinmu did not know why. "You are not bad yourself." Kang Xinmu habitually replied politely. "See you at the final battle." After Gu Litian said this, he flew away and did not return with Kang Xinmu. At this time, Liang Xiao, Ran Ran, and the other 2 came to Kang Xinmu's side. "Who is that fellow? He looks very arrogant." Liang Xiao looked at Gu Litian's back view and was obviously a little unhappy with that fellow. "I don't know. He is a member of the reclusive Gu family. However, he has recently been groomed in the 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice Holy Land." Kang Xinmu was also puzzled. He did not know how he had offended Gu Litian. Soon, the five of them returned to the spectator stands. Emperor Shi's mystical dragon came to receive them and nodded at Gu Litian. After Emperor Shi's mystical dragon's explanation, Kong Xinmu and the others quickly understood what kind of identity Gu Litian had. Gu Litian had a special identity in the Five Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. He was a supreme relic explorer. He had explored 3 basic relic sites and had gained a lot from each of them. Most importantly, he was at the 4th level of the Emperor class. His strength was considered rather strong and was almost at the peak of the 4th level. Those 3 basic relic sites had allowed him to gain many good items and spoils of war. Hence, he had a good status in the 5 Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. Even Emperor Shi's mystical dragon thought highly of him. Of course, Gu Litian was too arrogant. Emperor Shi's mystical dragon did not like him very much. Gu Litian had obtained many things from the 3 basic relic sites. Although he had not obtained a heaven and earth sacred great item, he had obtained many materials that could be transformed into dragon weapons. He had also obtained some special cultivation resources. It was a pity that even though he had explored 3 basic relic sites, he could not compare to Kong Xinmu, who had only explored 1 basic relic site and obtained a heaven and earth sacred great item. This time, Gu Litian happened to be recuperating from his injuries. After coming out from the basic relic site, his injuries were not light. He had gained some insights and had been in seclusion until recently. In the end, he found out that someone had obtained a heaven and earth sacred great item with 9 layers of inscriptions from the basic relic site. This made him very angry. He thought that if he had gone, he would definitely have been able to obtain this heaven and earth sacred great item with 9 layers of inscriptions, right? Wouldn't there be no need for Kong Xinmu then? Of course, he had heard that the evil prince had also appeared during the exploration of the basic relic site. Such a person made him rather fearful. However, he did not think that he was not a match for the evil prince. After all, exploring basic relic sites did not only require hard power. Many times, soft power was the deciding factor, including strategy, reasoning ability, and so on. Hence, he was jealous of Kong Xinmu. Although he did not say it explicitly, everyone knew what Gu Litian was thinking. During this period of seclusion, he had improved quite a bit. His strength at the 4th stage of the martial emperor tier had increased by another level. This also allowed him to become one of the 16 people who had defended the arena in the end. It was obvious that he had extraordinary combat ability. Of course, Gu Litian was not considered a member of Emperor Shi's mystical dragon in the 5 Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. Emperor Shi's mystical dragon had only hinted to him out of concern for the younger generation. However, Gu Litian had actually ignored Emperor Shi's mystical dragon. This was a little too arrogant. Regardless of whether he was a member of Emperor Shi's mystical dragon, Emperor Shi's mystical dragon was a senior in the 5 Extremes mysterious Ice Holy Land. Gu Litian's actions were indeed a little arrogant. It was no wonder that Emperor Shi didn't like him. Chapter 48-32. The top 16 of the arena battles had already left the arena temporarily. In this elimination battle, the supreme experts of each of the 10 major races would draw lots to decide the order of the duel. Moreover, there was no rule that people of the same race could not meet each other. Whoever drew lots would fight, and the top 10 would receive the rewards that had been arranged in advance. Emperor Shi and the Divine Dragon went out to interact with the supreme experts of the other races and draw lots. As for Kong Xinmu and the other 4, they were resting in the spectator stands. Kong Xinmu, Xiao Bai, Ran Ran, Xiao Yuhua, and Liang Xiao were gathered together. During this period, they did not communicate with the others because they were injured and exhausted. So now Kong Xinmu was helping to heal and recover the 4 of them. Kong Xinmu's ability was still very strong. This was all thanks to his devouring power. During this period, he found that Gu Litian was with the dragon warriors of his hidden Gu family. From time to time, Gu Litian would look at him with a provocative look in his eyes. What an idiot! Kang Xinmu thought to himself, this guy went into seclusion to heal himself, and he entered the primary relic and obtained a heaven and earth saint item. What could he do? How could they blame it on him? Jealous of him? That was simply unreasonable. Since they were going to participate in the elimination battle together, if they met each other, there was no need to show mercy. Now, the only thing that Kang Xinmu was more concerned about was the demon god race. Unfortunately, the spectator stands of the demon god race were too far away. Even Kang Xinmu could not see the situation over there. He did not know who the inheritor of the 16-winged sky demon god bloodline was. It did not look like Sui, but the aura was indeed somewhat similar. As for the situation of the demon god race, Kang Xinmu actually knew very little. So he did not make any guesses. He would wait until they met in the arena battles. During this 2-hour break, the other races were all thinking about how to deal with the dragon gods. After all, there were too many people from the dragon god clan who had won in the end. There were 6 of them in total, and none of them looked weak. Of course, among these 16 people, the 2 strongest were generally acknowledged to be Kang Xinmu and the demon god race. They were the last ones to enter the arena, the royal descendant of the 16-winged heavenly demon god. The royal family of the demon god race was still relatively orthodox, unlike the so-called princes like the demon snake prince. The demon god tribe had at least 100 princes like the demon snake prince. There were several different royal families in the demon god tribe. But in the demon god race, there was only one royal family, and that was the inheritance of the 16-winged heavenly demon god. Only the royal family could obtain the inheritance of the 16-winged Skyfian celestial. This inheritance was optional. Whether it was combat ability or other aspects, the inheritance of the 16-winged Skyfian celestial far surpassed the ancient Fiend celestial bloodline of the ordinary Fiend celestial race. In any case, the inheritance of the 16-winged Skyfian celestial had appeared. It was clear that the demon god race still valued this arena battle. Soon, the drawing of lots for the supreme level experts ended. Emperor Shi quickly rushed back and handed the battle list to Kang Xinmu and the other 4. He also threw a copy to Gu Litian, who was in the direction of the hidden Gu family. This time's drawing is a little unlucky. There are 6 of us, and 4 of us are matched against each other. Emperor Shi said straightforwardly. Damn, it can't be, right? Did the other races do something to them? Liang Xiao immediately cursed. Impossible. The supreme level experts are supervising together. No one can fake it, Emperor Shi said lightly. That's not possible. Emperor Shi, look at the 6 of us from the dragon god race. Wouldn't the other races join forces to deal with us? I think it's possible that they joined forces to tamper with the results. Liang Xiao said angrily. You think too much. Emperor Shi didn't say much. He just pouted at Kang Xinmu and gestured for them to look at the battle list. Jiang Shenwu and the other 4 lowered their heads to take a look. As expected, there were 8 battles in the elimination round. 2 of them were between the dragon god race and the dragon god race. The 4 people who were matched against each other were Kang Xinmu against Ran Ran, and Gu Litian against Xiao Yuhua. As for the others, the successor of the 16-winged heavenly demon god that Kang Xinmu was concerned about was matched against a cultivator from the ancient Phoenix clan. In other words, Ran Ran and I will be matched against each other in the first battle. Then, Xiao Yuhua will be matched against Gu Litian. Kang Xinmu felt a headache coming on. This battle list was really targeted at them. No matter who won or lost, it would be a big loss for him or Ran Ran. And if Xiao Yuhua was matched against Gu Litian, she might not win. Kang Xinmu had also observed Gu Litian's battle. This guy's thunder talent was extremely strong, and like Xiao Yuhua, he walked the path of toughness. When both sides met, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Don't worry. I will use my strongest battle strength. Xiao Yuhua felt a headache coming on when she realized that her opponent was Gu Litian. They were both from the dragon god race. However, since Gu Litian disliked Kong Xinmu and didn't even care about Emperor Shi and the divine dragon, Xiao Yuhua was confident that she could defeat Gu Litian. She must not lose to Gu Litian. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Fortunately, Xiao Yuhua didn't use her full strength in the arena battle just now. Hence, she still had some special methods and trump cards to deal with Gu Litian. The fact that Xiao Yuhua was able to hold back in the arena battle meant that her current strength was rather terrifying. At the very least, she wouldn't be afraid when facing the other level 4 martial emperors from the other 9 races. With this level of battle strength, even if Xiao Yuhua and the others were to enter a basic relic, they would be able to be on the same level as Luo Xiao and Yu Jingxian. They would be able to stand alone in the environment of a basic relic. In the arena, they had consecutively defeated several opponents of the same level as Luo Xiao and Yu Jingxian. Regardless of whether it was their battle strength or battle experience, they had already surpassed ordinary level 4 martial emperors. When the results of the drawing of lots came out, 2 hours passed quickly. In the sky above the 16 arenas in the center, an even larger arena appeared. It was used for this elimination round. The first battle was arranged between Kong Xinmu and Ran Ran. They were on the same side. According to ordinary people, Ran Ran definitely wasn't a match for Kong Xinmu. Of course, no one thought that Ran Ran would forfeit. After all, this arena battle was related to many things. The cultivation resources would be greatly affected. However, no one expected Ran Ran to forfeit and forfeit. If we want to spar, we can do so at any time. Hence, it's better for me to forfeit this time. I don't want to expose your true battle strength. Ran Ran squinted her eyes as she spoke. You're really confident, Sister Ran. Kong Xinmu might not even need to use his true battle strength to deal with you. Liang Xiao said as he courted death. Why don't we spar after this? Chapter 48-33. In any case, what Ran Ran said was not wrong. Kong Xinmu was unsure of Ran Ran's actual combat strength and whether she could expose some of her true combat strength. In short, she probably could not match up to him, so there was no need for this battle. It was better to just avoid it. When Ran Ran directly admitted defeat, the other race's cultivators were not particularly surprised by this result. Soon, the next elimination round began. This battle was between the demon god race genius with the inheritance of the 16-winged heavenly demon god and a powerhouse of the ancient Phoenix clan. Both of them were women. Until now, Kong Xinmu had not seen what the demon god race genius with the inheritance of the 16-winged heavenly demon god looked like. When she transformed into a demon god, she looked very slender. It was obvious that she was a woman, but he did not know what she looked like. This demon god race genius went up to fight with a powerhouse of the ancient Phoenix clan. Originally, Kong Xinmu wanted to take this opportunity to see what kind of strength this demon god race genius had. However, he did not expect that the ancient Phoenix clan genius would be defeated in one move when facing this demon god race genius. It was not an exaggeration to say that those who could stand on this arena were all outstanding 4th-level martial emperors. Their combat strength far exceeded that of ordinary 4th-level martial emperors. Even the powerhouses of the Dragon Emperor nation of the Dragon Emperor of the Martial Dragon mainland could not stand on the arena to the end. In fact, there were not many opportunities for them to stand on the arena. It could be seen that this batch of people who could stand on the final arena were all very strong existences. However, the ancient Phoenix clan genius was actually defeated in one move by the 16-winged heavenly demon god. Everyone paid attention to that move and realized that it was the move that the 16-winged heavenly demon god had used not long ago to kill two opponents in one move and stay on the arena to the very end. It was also the attack that she launched at Kang Shinmu the moment she appeared. Unfortunately, Kang Shinmu directly avoided her attack and retreated out of the arena. However, based on the power Kang Shinmu felt at that time, the 16-winged sky demon god couldn't defeat Kang Shinmu with just this move. In other words, the 16-winged sky demon god hadn't used its true strength yet. This made Kang Shinmu a little wary. This 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial was very strong, and he still couldn't confirm her identity. Could she really be Sui? However, if it was Sui, he wouldn't have attacked Kang Shinmu without any reason. It seemed that this guy wanted to provoke Kang Shinmu at the last moment. The 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial's next match will be against Gu Litian and Xiao Yuhua. The victor will then participate in the final match. Whether it's Gu Litian or Xiao Yuhua, neither of them are a match for her. However, whoever wins between Gu Litian and Xiao Yuhua will enter the quarterfinals. Only the top 10 will receive more rewards. After that, there won't be any rewards. Therefore, Xiao Yuhua has to defeat Gu Litian. Otherwise, between Xiao Yuhua and Ran Ran, I'm afraid one of them won't be able to enter the top 10, Kang Shinmu thought to himself. After the 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial won, the next match was between the other races. After 2 matches, it was Gu Litian and Xiao Yuhua's turn. The appearance of these two dragon martialists caused the atmosphere to become intense again. Many people in the spectator stands were guessing who would emerge victorious. The hidden clans naturally supported Gu Litian. After all, although Gu Litian was only from the Gu family, he was the representative of all the hidden families. Only Gu Litian had managed to make it out of the hidden families in the martial dragon continent. In fact, there were others who were also very strong, but unfortunately, none of them were able to stand until the end. Gu Litian and Xiao Yuhua entered the arena. After the start of the match was announced, the two of them transformed into dragons and started beating each other in the arena. Everyone was paying attention to this match. Regardless of whether it was Gu Litian's lightning innate talent or Xiao Yuhua's fire innate talent, they were both extremely terrifying and violent powers. Their attacks were extremely powerful. However, it seemed like Gu Litian's various techniques were more comprehensive. He had participated in the exploration of the primary remnants 3 times, so he definitely wasn't lacking in cultivation resources. Therefore, he had many techniques. He also possessed a heaven-grade divine dragon weapon and cultivated a high-grade divine dragon martial technique. The cultivation level of the high-grade divine dragon martial technique was even higher than Xiao Yuhua's. The two of them exchanged blows and unleashed their respective dragon martial techniques crazily in the arena. As they clashed, the power of lightning gradually suppressed the power of fire. It seems like Gu Litian is going to win. It seems like his power of lightning has been unleashed to the limit. The power of fire is still a little weak. Gu Litian is indeed someone who has participated in the exploration of the primary remnants 3 times. It's too easy for him to raise his cultivation level when he doesn't lack cultivation resources. Gu Litian had 2 heaven-grade divine dragon weapons. One was for defense, while the other was for offense. When he used both at the same time, Xiao Yuhua wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, just as everyone was guessing that Gu Litian was going to win, Xiao Yuhua suddenly vanished from the arena. Her figure seemed to vanish in a sea of flames, and Gu Litian couldn't find the body of the Inferno Divine Dragon. What's going on? It's the Black Concealing Dragon Stone. She used the Black Concealing Dragon Stone. Kang Shinmu squinted his eyes and figured out what technique Xiao Yuhua had used. The Black Concealing Dragon Stone was still with Xiao Yuhua. At this moment, Xiao Yuhua immediately used the black concealing dragon stone to conceal herself in the arena. At this moment, Gu Litian's face darkened. He could no longer sense the existence of the laughing language flower. This was undoubtedly bad news. He had a rather strong sense of perception, but he might not be able to sense something that was hidden by the dragon weapon. He could only say that he would be able to react as soon as Xiao Yuhua launched an attack. However, it might be too late by then. Hence, Gu Litian became extremely cautious as he carefully observed his surroundings. Just as everyone thought that he was going to continue waiting, the divine thunder dragon that he had transformed into suddenly unleashed a ferocious power of lightning. The ferocious power of lightning continued to erupt in all directions. Gu Litian was planning to use an attack with a larger area of effect to envelop the entire space around him. The terrifying power of lightning filled the entire arena. This was not a bad idea. After all, this was an arena battle, and the opponent couldn't leave the area of the arena. If they did, they would be disqualified. This was the best idea that Gu Litian could come up with. Chapter 48-34. Xiao Yuhua, this is not bad. Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes and looked at the arena. Even he hadn't expected Xiao Yuhua to be able to control the black concealing dragon stone to such an extent. The concealing black dragon stone had been following Xiao Yuhua recently, and Xiao Yuhua had clearly studied it thoroughly. It was actually able to create an independent space for her to hide in. Even though Gu Litian was constantly unleashing his power to bombard the entire arena, he was unable to harm Xiao Yuhua. This made Kang Xinmu sigh. The black concealing dragon stone was originally a dragon weapon that he had exchanged for, but Xiao Yuhua had developed such an ability. This ability was similar to his alternate spacetime tablet. Of course, it was still slightly weaker. After all, when the alternate spacetime tablet was used with his wind shadow flowing sunset flash, he could hide in the alternate space for a long time. But on the laughing language flower's side, the alternate dimension created by the hidden black dragon stone should disappear very soon. As expected, after Gu Litian unleashed 3 attacks, Xiao Yuhua's figure appeared in the arena. However, at this time, Gu Litian's power had already been depleted by at least half. Xiao Yuhua, on the other hand, unleashed boundless fire power. Phoenix Dance incinerates the 9 heavens and other dragon martial techniques were constantly unleashed. At this time, Gu Litian just happened to unleash one attack. Before he could react, the lightning power around him was completely destroyed by Xiao Yuhua's fire power. What? Gu Litian was just wondering why Xiao Yuhua had suddenly disappeared. He had seen some experts from the Void human tribe who had a strong understanding of the power of Void and could create an alternate space to hide in temporarily. However, he had never seen a dragon martial artist who could do this. Gu Litian assumed that Xiao Yuhua was hiding in the alternate space. He guessed that she wouldn't be able to hide for too long, so he didn't stop his attacks, wave after wave. Unfortunately, Gu Litian hadn't expected Xiao Yuhua to appear in the gap between his attacks and attack him. Therefore, Gu Litian could only burst forth with his most urgent power. The defensive heaven-grade Saint spiritual dragon weapon immediately burst forth with its most terrifying power. It gathered the power of lightning and blocked the laughing flower's attack. The boundless lightning energy gathered together to form a barrier, completely blocking the laughing language flower's flame energy. It was a pity that the laughing language flower's power came in waves. The Phoenix Dance incineration of the 9 heavens kept bursting forth, releasing fire energy that continuously weakened Gu Litian's lightning defense. The Thunder Divine Dragon that Gu Litian had transformed into was completely enveloped by the power of thunder. The boundless power of thunder was getting closer to the laughing flower. While he was defending, he was actually able to burst forth with power to counterattack, which surprised Xiao Yuhua. However, the laughing flower's superior grade Holy Spirit Dragon martial technique suddenly burst forth at this moment. boundless flames brewed into a terrifying aura. After that, they surged out from beneath Gu Litian's divine dragon body. A pillar of fire surged into the sky like a volcano eruption, enveloping Gu Litian within it. High-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique, 30,000 Zhang fire dragon pillar. This was a high-grade divine spirit dragon martial technique. Furthermore, the laughing flower technique had been cultivated for a very long time. At this moment, it could already burst forth with an 800 Zhang tall fire dragon pillar. Its momentum had reached a terrifying level. Most importantly, the defensive power of Gu Litian's lightning barrier had already been weakened to the extreme after being attacked by the Phoenix Dance incineration of the Nine Heavens several times. At this moment, the eruption of the towering fire dragon pillar had actually broken through his lightning barrier. Gu Litian was very strong. However, he was basically suppressed by the laughing flower's black concealing dragon stone's alternate space twice. Now, he didn't have much power left to deal with the laughing flower. Most importantly, Gu Litian had actually thought of counterattacking the laughing flower while defending. This was a little too careless. He didn't expect his defense barrier to be instantly shattered. At this moment, he didn't have time to retract his power and condense it into a new defense barrier. The power of thunder around him couldn't stop the impact of the laughing flower's towering fire dragon pillar. The terrifying force sent him flying out of the arena. Gu Litian had been defeated. Moreover, under the impact of the towering fire dragon pillar, Gu Litian didn't have much strength to defend himself. His divine dragon body wasn't very strong either. Hence, he was severely injured. If the laughing flower hadn't stopped in the end, he might have been beaten to death. A dragon martial artist who hadn't cultivated a body-tempering dragon martial technique wouldn't be able to withstand a stronger attack with their body. Gu Litian was also a portrayal of the majority of the dragon martial artists. Although many dragon martial artists had very strong defensive abilities and their defensive dragon martial skills were very powerful, once their defense was broken through, only death awaited them. In the end, the laughing flower had held back and didn't kill Gu Litian. However, Gu Litian had also been severely injured and fainted. The laughing flower technique had won. This allowed Kong Shinmu and the rest to heave a sigh of relief. In the first round, 16 people fought in pairs. The laughing flower technique won, Ran forfeited, and Kong Shinmu won. Finally, Xiaobai successfully defeated a Sea God clan martial artist and advanced to the top 8. In the top 8, there were Xiaobai, the laughing flower technique, Kong Shinmu, and Liang Xiao. 4 dragon martial artists had entered the top 8. It could be said that the Dragon God clan had gained a lot in this arena battle. Following that, Kong Shinmu fought against the laughing flower technique, Liang Xiao fought against the 16-winged heavenly demon god, and finally, Xiaobai fought against a genius martial artist from the ancient Phoenix clan. This genius martial artist from the ancient Phoenix clan was also very strong. Xiaobai might not be her match. Moreover, Kong Shinmu felt that Liang Xiao shouldn't be a match for the 16-winged heavenly demon god. This made Kong Shinmu feel a little uncomfortable. It seemed that 3 dragon martial artists would lose in the top 8. I'll just forfeit. In any case, I've already entered the top 8. Laughing Flower Technique chose to forfeit. She didn't want to fight against Kong Shinmu. After all, she had just fought with Gu Litian and consumed a lot of energy. In addition, she knew that she wasn't a match for Kong Shinmu. Thus, there was no need for her to continue fighting. After Laughing Flower forfeited, it was Liang Xiao's turn to face the 16-winged heavenly demon god. The battle began. Liang Xiao directly exploded the power of his bloodline. However, even if he exploded with all his potential and strength, causing his dragon blood to boil, he still couldn't break through the defense of the 16-winged heavenly demon god's demonic martial skill. On the other hand, the 16-winged heavenly demon god only needed to make a move before a black beam of light blasted Liang Xiao out of the arena. Chapter 48-35. The 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial had defeated Liang Xiao with one move. Then, she glanced at Kang Xinmu, who was in the spectator stands. She was obviously very interested in Kang Xinmu. This made Kang Xinmu narrow his eyes. I wonder who this fellow is, but he definitely doesn't look like Sui. No matter what, I must be careful if I encounter this person. Kang Xinmu felt threatened by the 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial. It was obvious that the 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial had the battle prowess to contend with Kang Xinmu. The inherited power of the fiend celestial race's bloodline in her body was extremely powerful. She seemed to have completely unleashed the power of the 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial's bloodline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to blast Liang Xiao out of the arena with a casual demonic martial technique. This was just like Kang Xinmu. Kang Xinmu had also unleashed the power of his bloodline to the extreme. Regardless of whether it was the Nirvana Tribulation Realm or the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, they were all condensed to the extreme. This 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial is at the peak of the 9th tier of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. She must have condensed the power of Samsara every time she broke through and defeated 2 reincarnation behemoths. This is why she is so strong now. With the same level of inherited blood essence, her battle prowess naturally surpasses everyone else. Even I have to be careful now. There were very few cultivators who could condense all of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. It was already pretty good if there was 1 in 10,000. It must be known that even a genius like Gu Xinyue, who had sufficient cultivation resources, had not condensed all of her samsara power. This was extremely difficult. Only people like Kang Xinmu would not feel too much pressure. However, even people like Xiao Bai and Ran Ran might not be able to condense and defeat 2 reincarnation behemoths every time. This 16-winged heavenly fiend celestial was definitely a proud son of heaven. This also proved that the opponent was definitely not Sui. Sui could not have grown so quickly. She was only at the Demon King realm before, which was too far away from the Demon Emperor realm. The top 4 had been decided. Kang Xinmu won. The 16-winged heavenly demon god race genius girl won. There was also a Fey god powerhouse that won. Finally, it was Xiao Bai against the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse. The battle between Xiao Bai and the powerhouses of the ancient Phoenix clan had undoubtedly attracted the attention of most of the surrounding people. Because once Xiao Bai won, it meant that 2 members of the Dragon God clan would enter the top 4. Putting aside the rewards, the impact would be even greater. Everyone knew what this arena battle meant. As long as they entered the top 10, it meant that these 4th-level Emperor stage experts would have the ability to take charge of a primary ruin. Once they entered the top 4, it could be said that they would have decisive power in a primary ruin. In the past, Xiao Bai wasn't considered too strong in the primary ruins. But now, Xiao Bai had grown to an even more terrifying level. Although the grade of the Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence did not increase, there were improvements in other aspects. The most important was the high-grade Divine Spirit Dragon martial technique she cultivated, Ice Dragon suppressing mountains and rivers. No one knew what level she had cultivated this move to. Xiao Yuhua's 100,000-foot flaming dragon pillar had been cultivated to 8,000 feet, and Kang Xinmu's 9-stage extreme dragon explosion had been cultivated to the 8th stage. As for Xiao Bai, as someone who had gone to the Dragon God Clan Great World with Kang Xinmu, she had obtained enough cultivation resources. She was already a disciple of the 5 Extremes Dark Ice Holy Land. Thus, she had spent more cultivation resources than Xiao Yuhua. Her current Ice Dragon suppressing mountains and rivers could already condense 1,400 Ice Dragon pagodas. In the previous arena battles, she could directly condense 100 to 200 ice dragon pagodas, and that was enough to suppress all her opponents. But facing this ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse, she actually condensed thousands of ice dragon pagodas at once. Countless ice dragon pagodas circled around the arena and then suppressed the ancient Phoenix clan's flaming phoenix. A terrifying icy aura enveloped the entire arena. The ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse's entire body erupted with flames. She actually intended to fight Xiaobai head-on. Numerous rings of flames appeared all over her body. These were the top-rate combat weapons of the ancient Phoenix clan, and they emanated the most terrifying and tyrannical energy of flames. Immediately after, she released a top-rate martial technique of the ancient Phoenix clan. Flames shot into the sky and condensed into the form of a flaming phoenix that collided with the 1,000 ice dragon pagodas. The two different energies of ice and fire collided, and then they emanated waves of energy that rumbled towards the surroundings. Ice dragon pagodas, suppress. Such an attack seemed to have reached a tie, but Xiaobai condensed even more ice dragon pagodas in the next moment, and a total of 1,400 ice dragon pagodas crashed down and suppressed the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse. This time, the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse wasn't able to resist it. This was Xiaobai's full strength. The strength of 1,400 ice dragon pagodas was completely impossible to resist. They crashed down and heavily suppressed the ancient Phoenix clan's flaming Phoenix clan powerhouse on the arena, and then the icy aura condensed and directly froze the flaming Phoenix clan powerhouse into an ice sculpture. Admit defeat. At this time, the supreme powerhouse of the ancient Phoenix clan said faintly, and a mighty force directly shattered the ice sculpture and took the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse out of the arena. Although the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse had fallen into a coma, there wouldn't be any danger to her life if she was treated in time. However, she would definitely be injured. Of course, if the supreme powerhouse had acted a little slower and allowed the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse to continue being frozen by Xiaobai, even if it was only for a short period of time, it was possible that the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse's life force would be completely drained. If they had fought while exploring the elementary ruins, the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse would probably have died at this moment. This was the power of a ruling level. Although there was still a lot of room for Xiaobai to improve, the same was true for her opponent. At this age, there were already very few cultivators who could reach the level of the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse. It was almost impossible to become stronger and reach the level of the 16-winged heavenly fiend god and Kong Shinmu. In this battle, Xiaobai won. The list of the top 4 was out, and the dragon martial artist camp occupied 2 spots. This result was simply unbelievable to the surrounding people. The dragon martial continent could actually cultivate so many powerful existences? There were 6 in the top 16, 4 in the top 8, and 2 in the top 4. Wasn't this too terrifying? In comparison, the geniuses of the other races seemed very weak. But in fact, whether it was the level of the Demon Snake Prince or the ancient Phoenix clan powerhouse, their combat strength was very strong. At the very least, they had reached the level of Princess Azure Lotus, Baifeng, and Mighty Heaven that Kong Shinmu had seen before, and were even a little stronger than these people. Unfortunately, these were the majority of the top 10 races' 4th-level martial emperor powerhouses. Chapter 48-36. There were very few who had reached the age of 30. The main reason was that if people over 30 participated, it would make their own race look weak. They didn't send too many people over the age of 30. If they sent someone over the age of 40 or 50, wouldn't that be bullying? Of course, there were some people in their 40s or 50s who entered the arena, but they didn't perform well. One could imagine that if they were truly talented, they would reach the 4th level of the Emperor level before the age of 30. Very few people would be stuck at the 4th level for the next 20 years. Even people at the Evil Prince's level would only be slightly stuck at this stage. After exploring the primary ruins a few more times, he would have broken through. Unfortunately, he met Kong Shinmu, so he lost the opportunity to continue improving. Many people at the 4th level of the Emperor level who were in their 40s or 50s basically didn't have much strength. Even if there were some cultivators who were stuck at the 4th layer of the Emperor level, they would always be stuck at the 4th layer of the Emperor level. They planned to explore primary ruins for a living. However, these cultivators were basically not very talented or did not have much cultivation resources. This kind of cultivator would be quite old by the time they reached the 4th layer of the Emperor realm. They wouldn't have the time to cultivate anything else. Many races cultivated many seniors who were stuck at the 4th level of the Emperor level to explore primary ruins. However, these seniors were all over 50 years old, so they couldn't participate in this arena battle. Of course, this meant that they were at the 4th level of the Emperor level. If they were at the 9th level of the Emperor level, then it would be different. That was the true gathering of geniuses. The 4th level of the Emperor level was like a child's play to Kong Shinmu. He could easily win the championship by participating in it. He was mainly thinking about the 9th level of the Emperor level. That was the real highlight of the tournament. Moreover, the rewards would be much higher than the 4th level of the Martial Emperor stage. As long as one didn't exceed the 9th level of the Emperor level, they could participate in the 9th level of the Emperor level. However, if one didn't have super confidence in his strength, he would only participate if he had reached the 9th level. Otherwise, he might be killed in the arena. When the list of the top 4 came out, the order of the top 4 battles was quickly decided by the supreme level experts by drawing lots. The lot drawn by Emperor Shi was really poisonous. In this match, Kong Shinmu would fight against Xiao Bai, while the 6-winged heavenly fiend Celestial would fight against the demon god clan expert. This made Kong Shinmu want to cry. When Emperor Shi returned and told him the results of the drawing, he sighed and said, "Kong Shinmu, you have eliminated 3 of your own people. But it's my fault. I shouldn't have gone up to draw lots. Qing Jia, I should have let you go." The Dragon of Azure Sky Calamity felt helpless as well. These are all people from Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. If I were to go and draw a lot like yours, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Kong Shinmu was also helpless. First, Ran was matched against him, then it was Xiao Yuhua, then it was Xiao Bai. This was simply a scam. Kong Shinmu was very upset, but there was nothing he could do. For this match, Xiao Bai could only give up. She had even used all her trump cards in the previous match. To be honest, even if Kong Shinmu let her win this match, she would not be able to compete with the 6-winged heavenly fiend Celestial for the championship. Xiao Bai knew her own limits. It was already very good for her to reach the top 4. Of course, if she were to meet the demon god clan expert next, she might still be able to win. No matter what, even if she admitted defeat now, she might still be able to get 3rd place. If I become the champion, I will share all the rewards with you. Anyway, I still have to participate in the next arena battle. Kong Shinmu said directly to Xiao Bai and the others. Xiao Bai, Xiao Yuhua, and Ran had all met Kong Shinmu and admitted defeat. Since that was the case, it was normal for Kong Shinmu to compensate them with some rewards. They had a share of the championship. Of course, since all 3 of them had compensated, Kong Shinmu would not favor one and discriminate against the other. Although Liang Xiao was defeated by the 6-winged heavenly fiend Celestial, he naturally had to treat all of them equally. He would just give him some rewards. This made Liang Xiao burst into tears. As for the 3 girls, they did not particularly care. In any case, they had each obtained a ranking and they had already received a lot of rewards. Following that, just as everyone had expected, the 6-winged heavenly fiend Celestial defeated the demon god clan expert with one move. However, the next round was not a battle for the championship. Instead, the last 8 of the top 16 would fight to determine the top 2. From there, the 9th and 10th place would be decided. Then, the last 4 of the top 8 would fight with each other to determine the 5th to 8th place. Then, Xiaobai would fight with the demon god clan expert to determine the 3rd and 4th place. Finally, the battle for the championship. During this time, Kang Xinmu directly began to rest. The following battles did not have much to do with him. In other words, when Ran, Liang Xiao, Xiaobai, and Xiao Yuhua fought, he could take a look. After 1.5 hours, these battles were all over. The final results were, Ran was 9th, Xiao Yuhua was 5th, Liang Xiao was 6th, and Xiaobai was 3rd. There was no doubt that unless they encountered an opponent like Kang Xinmu or the 6-winged heavenly fiend celestial, Ran, Xiaobai, and the others were still very strong. 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 9th places were already very terrifying. Moreover, there was still Kang Xinmu fighting for 1st and 2nd place. Even if Kang Xinmu obtained 2nd place, the dragon gods would still be considered to have won a great victory. 5 of the top 10 were from the dragon gods. This was already very terrifying. Gu Litian, on the other hand, was heavily injured by the Laughing Flower's blazing dragon pillar and was unable to participate in the battle. Hence, he was ranked 15th. The reason why he was ranked 15th and not 16th was because the other person was killed when he advanced to the top 8, there was no other way. Being seriously injured was better than being dead. Therefore, Gu Litian was ranked 15th. However, there seemed to be no difference between the 15th and 16th place. The reward was the same, and it was only a consolation prize. In the last 16 places, the 6 people who did not enter the top 10 would only receive consolation prizes. They would receive cultivation resources worth 1,000 gold dragon coins as a reward. It was better than nothing. After this, the final battle between Kang Xinmu and the 6-winged heavenly fiend celestial began. Chapter 48-37. Kang Xinmu stood in the arena. He had yet to transform into his black divine dragon form. His intention was for the 16-winged heavenly demonic god not to transform either. However, what appeared in front of him was still the body of the 16-winged heavenly demonic god that was thousands of feet tall. That slender, pitch-black body, although the body of a demonic god, was also endlessly beautiful. It made people feel some primitive urges. "What's your name?" Kang Xinmu still did not know the other party's name, so he asked. "My name is Su Yi." The voice of the 16-winged heavenly demonic god was full of temptation and tingling. Finally, Kang Xinmu knew her name. "All right." Kang Xinmu nodded and transformed into his black divine dragon form. In this battle, he might have to go all out to defeat the other party. After all, his cultivation level was several levels lower than the other party's. This difference was huge. It should be known that the other party had defeated 2 reincarnation behemoths every time she broke through her cultivation level and condensed the power of reincarnation. Therefore, there was a gap of 4 or 5 levels between him and the other party. This was already a huge gap. If it wasn't for the fact that Kang Xinmu had a greater advantage in other aspects, he did not even think that he was a match for the other party. However, just as the battle was about to begin, the talented girl named Su Yi, who had inherited the 16-winged heavenly demonic god's inheritance, suddenly pursed her lips and said, "I admit defeat in this battle. Kang Xinmu, why did you let me win in the arena? In that case, I, Su Yi, will not take advantage of you. I will let you win this time. We are even now." When these words were said, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Originally, everyone wanted to see the fierce battle between the two of them. After all, their combat strength had already surpassed that of ordinary level for martial emperors. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. This kind of combat strength wasn't something that could be easily seen. Most importantly, these two were the strongest young talents of the dragon god race and the demon god race. The battle between the two of them was likely to affect some of the races in the future. This was more important, but at this time, the demon god race's Suyi actually said that he would voluntarily give up and admit defeat? And just because Kang Shinmu had admitted defeat to her once before? She didn't want to take advantage of others, so she admitted defeat and called it even with Kang Shinmu. However, Jiang Shenwu had done so during the arena battles, when he was fighting for the final 16 spots in the arena battles. How could that be compared to the current situation? To be honest, even if Kang Shinmu hadn't admitted defeat to Suyi, Suyi would have been able to stand on one of the arenas until the end. The reason why she chose Kang Shinmu was because she wanted to have a showdown with Kang Shinmu, right? But now, on the stage of the finals, she actually took the initiative to admit defeat to Kang Shinmu. Just what was Suyi thinking? Kang Shinmu didn't expect Suyi to directly admit defeat and couldn't help but be a little startled. But soon, Suyi pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender demon god body had a different kind of charm when she smiled. Don't misunderstand, I'm not really admitting defeat to you. It's just that I'm giving up for this battle. I'll let you be the champion of this arena battle. But it doesn't end here. Looking at your plan, you should be participating in the 9th level Martial Emperor's arena battle, right? In this arena battle, I'll be waiting for you. As soon as these words were said, Kang Shinmu's expression became a little serious. He didn't expect Suyi to also want to participate in the 9th level Martial Emperor's arena battle. Originally, he thought that he was the only one like this. Although the reward for the 4th level Martial Emperor's arena battle wasn't much, it was still not bad. Suyi actually didn't want the champion's reward and was willing to hand over the championship to someone else. It seemed that Suyi didn't care about these cultivation resources. She just didn't want to owe Kang Shinmu anything. Even if no one would think that she owed Kang Shinmu anything, she seemed to have an obsessive-compulsive disorder. She just wanted to return the favor to Kang Shinmu once. She even gave the championship to Kang Shinmu. Jiang Shenwu was baffled, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of threat. Suyi actually wanted to participate in the 9th level Martial Emperor's arena battle. Obviously, Suyi would be a very big opponent for him. According to the rules of the arena battle, it was very likely that as long as Kang Shinmu went up, Suyi would challenge him. At that time, Suye's strength would become even stronger and more terrifying than it was now. Furthermore, as a member of the demon god tribe's royal family, she had a lot of cultivation resources. Who knew what kind of breakthroughs and improvements she would make in the next period of time? Perhaps she would even improve more than Kang Shinmu? No matter what, Kang Shinmu was now on high alert. This Suyi was truly a formidable opponent. Of course, no matter what, there would be many 9th level martial emperors to fight against. For someone like Shengguan Dai, in this arena battle, she would only be equivalent to Xiao Bai in the 4th level martial emperor's arena battle, perhaps even lower than Xiao Bai. There were just too many 9th level martial emperors. It wouldn't be easy for Kang Shinmu to enter the top 16. Simply put, Kang Shinmu wouldn't even be able to defeat Shengguan Dai, As for Shengguan Dai, amongst the 9th level martial emperor's arena battle participants, her strength would only be able to rank in the top 50, and she wouldn't be able to enter the higher levels. No matter what, the upcoming 9th level martial emperor's arena battle was the place where he could truly prove himself. This was true for Kang Shinmu, and it was also true for Suyi. Therefore, this 4th level martial emperor's arena battle ended with Suye's forfeit. Regarding this, the supreme martial emperor from the demon god tribe seemed very helpless. Of course, he wanted to obtain the champion's reward, but since Suyi was so willful, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Suyi was one of the juniors he liked the most. On the other hand, many 9th-level martial emperors from the various tribes were somewhat displeased at this moment. These 9th-level martial emperors were the powerhouses who would be participating in the arena battle. As there was no age limit, the powerhouses participating this time were all 9th-level martial emperors' top powerhouses. Even many talented cultivators had been stuck at 9th-level martial emperors for a very long time. Compared to 4th-level martial emperors, there were many more who were stuck at 9th-level martial emperors. If one wanted to forcefully break through to 4th-level martial emperors, they didn't need a lot of cultivation resources. Therefore, those who were stuck at this level voluntarily, and there was basically no one who was naturally stuck at this level. However, 9th-level martial emperors were different. Chapter 48-43. Kong Shinmu stood in the arena and did not transform into his black divine dragon form yet. His intention was for the 16-winged heavenly demonic god not to transform either. However, what appeared in front of him was still the body of the 16-winged heavenly demonic god. That slender, pitch-black body, although the body of a demonic god, was still endlessly beautiful. It made people feel some primitive urges. "What is your name?" Kong Shinmu still did not know the other party's name, so he asked. "My name is Su Yi." The voice of the 16-winged heavenly demonic god was full of temptation. It was so alluring that Kong Shinmu finally knew her name. "All right." Kong Shinmu nodded and transformed into his black divine dragon form. He might have to go all out to defeat the other party in this battle. After all, his cultivation level was several levels lower than the other parties. This was a huge gap. It should be known that the other party had defeated 2 reincarnation behemoths every time she broke through her cultivation level and condensed the power of reincarnation. Therefore, there was a gap of 4 or 5 levels between him and the other party. This was already a huge gap. If not for the fact that Kong Shinmu had a greater advantage in other aspects, he did not even think that he would be a match for the other party. However, just as the battle was about to begin, the talented girl named Su Yi, who had the inheritance of the 16-winged heavenly demonic god, suddenly pursed her lips and said, "I admit defeat in this battle. Kong Shinmu, why did you let me win in the arena? Since that is the case, I, Su Yi, will not take advantage of you. I will let you win this time. We are even now." When these words were said, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Originally, everyone wanted to see the fierce battle between the two of them. After all, their combat strength had already surpassed that of ordinary level for martial emperors. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. This kind of combat strength wasn't something that could be easily seen. Most importantly, these two were the strongest young talents of the dragon god race and the demon god race. The battle between the two of them was very likely to affect the situation of some races in the future. This was more important, but at this time, the demon god race's Su Yi actually said that he would voluntarily give up and admit defeat? And just because Kong Shinmu had admitted defeat to her once before? She didn't want to take advantage of others, so she admitted defeat and called it even with Kong Shinmu. However, Jiang Shenwu had done so during the arena battles, when he was fighting for the final 16 spots in the arena battles. How could that be compared to the current situation? To be honest, even if Kong Shinmu hadn't admitted defeat to Su Yi would have been able to stand on one of the arenas until the end. The reason why she chose Kong Shinmu was because she wanted to have a showdown with Kong Shinmu, right? But now, on the stage of the finals, she actually took the initiative to admit defeat to Kong Shinmu. Just what was Su Yi thinking? Kong Shinmu didn't expect Su Yi to directly admit defeat. He couldn't help but be a little startled. But soon, Su Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Her slender demon god body had a different kind of charm when she smiled. Don't misunderstand, I'm not really admitting defeat to you. It's just that I'm giving up for this battle. I'll let you be the champion of this arena battle. But it doesn't end here. Looking at your plan, you should be participating in the arena battle of the 9th level martial emperors, right? In this arena battle, I'll be waiting for you. As soon as these words were said, Kang Xinmu's expression became a little serious. He didn't expect Su Yi to also want to participate in the arena battle of the 9th level martial emperors. Originally, he thought that he was the only one like this. Although the rewards for the 4th level martial emperors arena battle weren't much, they weren't small either. Su Yi actually didn't want the champion's reward and was willing to hand over the championship to someone else. It seemed that Su Yi didn't care about these cultivation resources. She just didn't want to owe Kang Xinmu anything. Even if no one would think that she owed Kang Xinmu anything, she seemed to have an obsessive-compulsive disorder. She just wanted to return the favor to Kang Xinmu once. She even gave the championship to Kang Xinmu. Jiang Xinwu was baffled, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of threat. Su Yi actually wanted to participate in the arena battle of the 9th level martial emperor's arena battle. Obviously, Su Yi would be a very big opponent for him. According to the rules of the arena battle, it was very likely that as long as Kang Xinmu went up, Su Yi would challenge him. At that time, Su Ye's strength would become even stronger and more terrifying than it was now. Furthermore, as a member of the demon god tribe's royal family, she had a lot of cultivation resources. Who knew what kind of breakthroughs and improvements she would make in the next period of time? Perhaps she would even improve more than Kang Xinmu? No matter what, Kang Xinmu was now on high alert. This Su Yi was truly a formidable opponent. Of course, no matter what, there would be many opponents at the 9th level of the martial emperor's level. For someone like Shangguan Dai, in this arena battle, she would only be equivalent to Xiao Bai in the 4th level martial emperor's arena battle, perhaps even lower than Xiao Bai's level. There were just too many 9th level martial emperors. It wouldn't be easy for Kang Xinmu to even enter the top 16. To put it simply, Kang Xinmu wouldn't even be able to defeat Shangguan Dai, As for Shangguan Dai, amongst the participants of the 9th level martial emperor's arena battle, her strength would only be able to rank in the top 50, and she wouldn't be able to enter the higher levels. No matter what, the upcoming 9th level martial emperor's arena battle would be the place where he could truly prove himself. This was true for Kang Xinmu, and it was also true for Su Yi. Therefore, this 4th level martial emperor's arena battle ended with Su Ye's forfeit. Regarding this, the supreme powerhouse of the demon god tribe seemed to be very helpless. Of course, he wanted to obtain the champion's reward, but Su Yi was so willful that he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Su Yi was one of the juniors he liked the most. On the other hand, many 9th level martial emperors from the various tribes were somewhat displeased at this moment. These 9th level martial emperors were the powerhouses who were going to participate in the arena battle. As there was no age limit, the powerhouses participating this time were all top 9th level martial emperors. Even many talented cultivators had been stuck at the 9th level for a long time. Compared to the 4th level martial emperors, there were many more who were stuck at the 9th level. If one wanted to forcefully break through to the 4th level of the martial emperors, they didn't need a lot of cultivation resources. Therefore, they were stuck at this level on their own accord, and there was basically no one who was naturally stuck at this level. However, 9th level martial emperors were different. Chapter 48-44. How strong would his opponents be in the arena battles of the 9th level of the Emperor stage? Kang Xinmu didn't know, but Shangguan Dai, was enough to tell him. To him, this was a great challenge, an ultimate challenge. It was very likely that he would only be able to defeat some of the weaker guys. However, as long as he could gain something from this arena battle, he would be able to fight against the 5th-grade disciple, Luoan, when he returned to the holy lands of the 5 extremes mysterious ice in the dragon god's world. Luoan was at the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor stage. Of course, Luoan was considered one of the stronger ones in the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost become a 6th-grade disciple in the Holy Land of 5 Extremes Mysterious Ice. Luoan could be said to be at the peak of the 9th level of the Emperor stage. However, if he were to participate in the 9th level of the Dragon Emperor stage, it would be difficult for Luoan to stand in the last 16 arenas. Therefore, even if Kang Xinmu achieved some results in the arena battle, he might still be able to defeat Luoan. However, as long as he could achieve some results in the arena battle, he would definitely be able to defeat Luoan. There was no doubt about that. The first arena battle was over. With Su Ye's forfeit, Kang Xinmu became the champion of the arena battle. He would receive the equivalent of 30,000 gold dragon coins as a reward. However, he would directly distribute these 30,000 gold dragon coins to Xiao Yuhua and the others. As for the rewards that they would receive, Kang Xinmu didn't care about them. In any case, no one would complain about having too many cultivation resources. The more cultivation resources they had, the better. This way, the strength of the Kang Xinmu team would become stronger and stronger. As for Kang Xinmu himself, what he lacked now was not cultivation resources, but time. He needed time to improve himself. Therefore, in the upcoming arena battles of the 9th level of the Emperor stage, Kang Xinmu had a very serious plan. He planned to use the heaven-deficient demonic ice-fire dragon's power on a large scale in the arena battle and then devour his opponent's time for his own use. Previously, because the opponents he faced were not very strong, the time conversion rate for devouring was not very high, so he was unable to effectively use too much time. However, every opponent he was going to face was a level 9 Emperor stage expert. Therefore, if he could devour his opponent's time, he would have a higher time conversion rate. Previously, the conversion rate was 100. Now, if he could achieve a conversion rate of 1000, then Kang Xinmu could use this time to improve himself. This was a plan, but in order to implement it, there must be a prerequisite. That is, Kang Xinmu must have the ability to defeat or control his opponent. Now, Kang Xinmu only had one ability to control his opponents, and that was the Desolate God demonic weapon from the demon god race, the heaven-imprisoning demonic orb. However, this item could not be used in this arena battle. Hence, for Kang Xinmu, his main goal was to defeat his opponent with all his strength. Then, he could take advantage of his opponent's injuries or immobility to devour his opponent's time. He had to find an opportunity. Otherwise, the heaven-deficient ice and fire powers would be blocked by his opponent, and he would not be able to break through his opponent's defense. First, he had to ensure that his opponent lost the ability to fight back. Under such circumstances, his opponent would most likely admit defeat. However, this was a level 9 Emperor stage battle. How could those who came to fight against Kang Xinmu have the face to admit defeat? It would be best if Kang Xinmu directly blasted them out, or even knocked them unconscious. Of course, Kang Xinmu could not directly enter the arena. He would not give others the opportunity to choose his opponent. Therefore, he would definitely choose a weaker opponent to fight against. Then, he would devour his opponent's time to strengthen himself. He would save all his time to improve himself. If Kang Xinmu devoured half of the time in one incense stick, and the conversion rate could reach 1000 times, that would be a few days' time. To Kang Xinmu, a few days' time was enough for him to become much stronger. Let's do that. After Kang Xinmu made his plan, he left the arena. Next, the major races rested for a day. The dragon gods were shocked that the genius of the demon god clan, Su Yi, would give up in the battle for the championship against Kang Xinmu. Some people even suspected that there was a special relationship between Kang Xinmu and the demon god clan. After all, Su Ye's reason for giving up the championship was too far-fetched. However, Kang Xinmu did not give any explanation. It would not be good to explain too much at this time. Therefore, the students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy felt that Kang Xinmu felt that Su Yi was not easy to deal with. Therefore, at the last moment, he directly left the arena and went to another arena. This was because the opponent in the other arena was easier to deal with. And if he stayed in the original arena to fight against Su Yi, he might not be able to guarantee that he would be able to stand until the end. This was very reasonable, but it was a pity that they had guessed wrongly. Kang Xinmu had thought that Su Yi was Su Yi at first sight. Without a doubt, now that he had figured out the reason, he was still a little conflicted. No matter what, the champion of the arena battle was Kang Xinmu. Next, he only needed to prepare for the arena battle of the 9th level of the Martial Emperor stage. Next, Kang Xinmu left the arena area. Many people were too lazy to leave. They directly waited in the arena area for the 9th level of the Martial Emperor stage to begin one day later. However, Kang Xinmu had other things to do. The most important thing was that he needed to break through the grade of the Divine Dragon's blood essence and break through his cultivation realm. These two aspects were the most important elements for him to become stronger. He could not ignore them, and he absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. He returned to Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, which was located on the Dragon Martial continent. For him, going back and forth between the arena and the Dragon Martial Arts Academy was not too troublesome. He directly decided to break through his cultivation realm on the central plaza of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The reincarnation beast directly appeared in the sky above Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy, bringing with it a patch of terrifying pitch-black clouds. Then, the claws of the reincarnation beast appeared from the dark clouds, and a shocking might descended on the entire Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Breaking through from the 6th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm to the 7th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm was not too rare in Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Often, many students of the Dragon Martial Arts Academy who had stayed for a long time would break through their cultivation realm here. Moreover, breaking through from the 6th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm to the 7th level of the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm was not too difficult. As long as one's battle strength was up to par, there was almost no possibility of failure. Chapter 48-45. Of course, Kang Xinmu didn't care about the students who were attracted by the commotion. He chose to break through at Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy because it was the safest and most convenient place. He couldn't be disturbed by outsiders. After he decided to break through, he transformed into a black dragon and unleashed his aura. The reincarnation beast in the sky also bared its fangs. Unfortunately, Horned Dragon Explosion. Jiang Shenwu casually unleashed the 5th stage Flood Dragon Explosion and smashed the reincarnation behemoth, which had yet to reveal itself, into pieces. After the reincarnation beast was smashed by Hongcheng, it turned into the purest reincarnation power and integrated into Kang Xinmu's divine dragon body. It started to refine his reincarnation power and make it even stronger. Then, a second reincarnation beast appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The appearance of this reincarnation beast shocked the surrounding students. They didn't expect Kang Xinmu to be so powerful. He killed the first reincarnation beast in an instant. That was too terrifying. Moreover, it seemed like he wanted to challenge the second reincarnation beast. To be honest, some dragon martial artists didn't have high-quality divine dragon blood essence. It was difficult for them to defeat the first reincarnation beast. For example, some heavenly dragon martial artists inherited the divine dragon blood essence. Compared to the current Jiang Shenwu, their strength was far inferior. It was possible for them to break through to the reincarnation realm. However, it was extremely difficult for them to reach a higher level. They might not even be able to kill the first reincarnation beast. Now, Kang Xinmu crushed the first reincarnation beast and killed it in an instant. He smashed it into pieces. Generally speaking, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level of the reincarnation realm was no problem for a dragon king. However, there were still some requirements for a holy dragon martial artist. Of course, a heavenly dragon or a true dragon couldn't reach the 6th level of the reincarnation realm. Now, Kang Shinmu smashed the body of a reincarnation beast. It was shocking. He is Kang Shinmu. What? He's that Kang Shinmu? I knew it. Apart from Kang Shinmu, who else could kill the reincarnation behemoth so quickly and challenge a second reincarnation behemoth? Soon, the second reincarnation beast appeared in front of everyone. It was a ferocious, dark beast. Because Kang Shinmu's innate ability was similar to the devouring power of darkness, all the reincarnation beasts that appeared were of the darkness attribute. This was the only way that Kang Shinmu's reincarnation power could be maximized. When this reincarnation beast appeared, Kang Shinmu's entire body stiffened. He realized that this second reincarnation beast from the 6th to the 7th level was much stronger than the previous reincarnation beast. If his battle prowess hadn't been maximized, he might not have been able to kill a reincarnation beast of this level. Fortunately, Kang Shinmu's current battle prowess far exceeded his average battle prowess. Hence, he immediately unleashed the 9th level ultimate Qi Long burst and unleashed his strongest attack. The 8th level ultimate Qi Long burst appeared in front of the reincarnation beast and exploded. Waves of terrifying power rippled out and spread to the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. As for Jiang Shenwu, this move wasn't his strongest attack, but it was his strongest attack without using his dragon weapon. He took advantage of the fact that the reincarnation behemoth had yet to come out to directly explode. Then, he used the 8th-stage flood dragon explosion to directly shatter the reincarnation behemoth. The second reincarnation beast was also directly smashed by Kang Shinmu. This scene completely shocked the surrounding students of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Wasn't Kang Shinmu too ferocious? What a terrifying attack. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how strong Kang Shinmu was. The students in the academy didn't know about the 10 major races arena battle outside the Longwu fortress. He was the strongest among all the 4th-stage martial emperors in the 10 major races. Hence, defeating the second reincarnation beast with one move wasn't something too unbelievable. However, based on the increase in strength of the second reincarnation beast, I might have to use the heaven-level holy spiritual dragon weapon when I break through to the 8th level of the reincarnation realm. I might have to use all my strength to break through to the 9th level of the reincarnation realm. This was too terrifying. The increase in strength of the reincarnation beast didn't happen slowly. Instead, it had increased by a large margin. Based on this situation, Kang Shinmu felt that the possibility of Xiao Bai and the others defeating the second reincarnation beast when they broke through to the next level would be relatively small. It was highly likely that they wouldn't be able to defeat the second reincarnation beast. Unless they temporarily suppressed the increase in the divine dragon blood essence and improved their heaven-level holy spiritual dragon weapon and advanced holy spiritual dragon technique to the highest level that they could master. If they could improve the advanced holy spiritual dragon technique to the ultimate sage realm, then it wouldn't be a problem to kill the second reincarnation beast. Hence, the key was still time. For Xiao Bai and the others, the most important thing wasn't to improve the level of the divine dragon blood essence. Instead, it was to master the heaven-level holy spiritual dragon weapon and cultivate the advanced holy spiritual dragon technique. If they could improve these two aspects, they wouldn't have too big of a problem in the future. There was still a long way to go. As Jiang Shenwu absorbed the endless samsara power, he allowed the samsara power to condense his own inherent power. At the same time, he was thinking about how to help Xiao Bai and the others. In the end, he realized that he really couldn't help Xiao Bai and the others in terms of the dragon martial skill. In this aspect, they had to rely on themselves. Right now, Kang Shinmu could help dragon warriors break through their bottlenecks and improve the level of the divine dragon blood essence. However, they still had to rely on themselves in other aspects. In this way, the gap between Kang Xinmu and them would widen. This was because as long as Kang Xinmu found an opportunity, he would be able to greatly improve his understanding of the dragon technique. For example, with the guidance of Emperor Shi's divine dragon, he had directly broken through 2 levels after devouring the power of the ultimate sage realm's 9th stage Hui dragon explosion. Now, he could directly use the 8th stage Hui dragon explosion. This was Kang Xinmu's strength. However, others didn't have this kind of ability. If they wanted to improve their dragon technique, they could only cultivate step by step. Unless I can create a realm that can change time. But that's easier said than done. I have to find the corpse of another heavenly deficient demonic dragon of fire and ice. Only then will I be able to obtain this ability. Chapter 48-46. Therefore, before he found the skeleton of the other heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire's inheritor, Kang Xinmu could only shorten his own cultivation process by devouring the time of others. This ability was already very powerful. Of course, he could only use this ability for himself. He couldn't help others. Xiao Bai, Ran, and the others could only work hard for the time being. Of course, it didn't mean that they could stop working hard when the time came. It was just that Kang Xinmu could help them cultivate faster. They needed the same amount of effort, but relatively speaking, the flow of time in the space they were in would be faster. A year in the outside world might be 10, 20, 30 years for them. Kang Xinmu didn't know what kind of ability he would have then. In short, he could only obtain such an ability if he found the skeleton of the other heavenly deficient demonic dragon of ice and fire's inheritor. Soon, Kang Xinmu finished condensing the reincarnation power. After condensing the reincarnation power twice, Kang Xinmu's natural talent, the devouring power, had nearly doubled. Now, even if he used the 7-fold Hydra Dragon explosion, the destructive power was equivalent to the 8-fold Hydra Dragon explosion. It could be said that his combat strength had directly increased. Next, he planned to break through the grade of the Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence. Previously, he had devoured almost all the energy in the Dragon Mark, but he had been stuck at a bottleneck. Now that he wanted to break through, he naturally did so. This process seemed natural and not deliberate at all. As long as Kang Xinmu thought about it, the grade of his Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence would begin to move toward the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor. Going from the 4th level to the 5th level was a relatively big change. Otherwise, the Holy Lands of the Dragon Gods wouldn't have regarded the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor as a period of transformation. At this time, Kang Xinmu could clearly feel his Divine Dragon's inheritance blood essence boiling. The power in his body began to surge. While all his power was becoming stronger, it also brought about an overall increase in his explosive power, resistance, and other aspects. It also increased the strength of his devouring power, so that his devouring power could devour his opponent's power faster and faster. The 5th level of Dragon Emperor. After reaching this level, he didn't gain any special abilities. However, he discovered that the strength he gained from this transformation was much greater than before. For example, if the Dragon Emperor's increase in strength from the 3rd level to the 4th level was said to be 1, then the increase in strength from the 4th level to the 5th was about 3. This was a 3-fold increase. This was something Kang Xinmu did not expect. If that's the case, the current me might be able to defeat Master Shengguan Dai without her dragon weapon. Kang Xinmu estimated his current strength. When he broke through to the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor, the extent of his increase in strength was beyond his expectations. This made him quite shocked. He didn't expect the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor to have such a huge increase. However, during the Dragon Emperor stage, such a huge increase should only occur during the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor to the 5th level of the Dragon Emperor. The other stages wouldn't be able to give people such a huge increase. Furthermore, Kang Xinmu now realized that there was a huge problem. Although his strength had increased, he still needed a long time to master and consolidate this power. At this stage, he could only control and use a portion of the power. He could only master half of the power by roughly how much he had increased. This made him feel rather conflicted. However, this is also good. When the time comes, I only need to use the time I devour to consolidate my strength in the arena. This way, I can become even stronger. I don't need to break through to the next level. That would be too troublesome and shocking, Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Of course, if he really couldn't do it when the time came, he might really break through to the next level in the arena and defeat the reincarnation behemoth. This wasn't a troublesome matter for him. For Jiang Shenwu, not being able to fully control the increased power was still rather uncomfortable. However, no matter what, an increase in his realm was still an increase. His current combat strength was at least 3 times or even 4 times what it had been before. This was a huge improvement. When he completely consolidated his strength, perhaps his strength would be 5 times what it had been before. However, this wasn't all Kang Xinmu had broken through. He still had one more thing to do. Divine Dragon Marrow. Divine Dragon Marrow was divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Right now, he had an Earth-grade Divine Dragon Marrow. Divine Dragon Marrow was an extremely precious cultivation resource in the world. Only the various sacred grounds would produce it. It was said that it was the bone marrow of a real divine dragon. The dragon mark energy contained within it was simply unimaginable. Of course, the energy of the 4 grades of divine dragon marrow were on a completely different level. The Earth-grade divine dragon marrow in Kang Xinmu's hands was something he had bought from the precious treasure pavilion. It had cost him 120,000 golden dragon coins. This was a huge fortune. One had to know that he only received 1 million gold dragon coins for finding a 9-layered inscribed Heaven and Earth Saint-grade divine dragon marrow, yet this Earth-grade divine dragon marrow cost him 120,000 gold dragon coins. That was a terrifying amount. However, its effects were also said to be extremely terrifying. Even a supreme divine dragon powerhouse would have some improvement after absorbing the power within the Earth-grade divine dragon marrow, let alone Kang Xinmu. According to the shopkeeper of the precious treasure pavilion, if the dragon mark energy within the Earth-grade divine dragon marrow was completely absorbed by Kang Xinmu, he would probably be able to break through to the 9th stage Emperor tier. However, the prerequisite was that he could withstand the impact of the dragon mark energy within. Ordinary dragon martialists wouldn't dare to casually consume the power of the Earth-grade divine dragon marrow. However, Kang Xinmu was different. He could completely absorb the power of the divine dragon marrow and store it in his devouring space. If he could absorb all the power within the Earth-grade divine dragon marrow, he would at least be able to break through to the 9th stage Emperor tier. However, he wouldn't be able to withstand such power in a short period of time. Hence, he decided to take it slow. At least with this divine dragon marrow, he wouldn't need to absorb the dragon mark energy from other places. He wouldn't need to purchase other forms of cultivation resources either. Cultivation resources that contain dragon mark energy were still relatively valuable. 1 Earth-grade divine dragon marrow from Kang Xinmu could even allow him to break through to the 9th stage Emperor tier. It was obvious how precious it was. Chapter 48-47. It wasn't easy to consolidate one's strength when one had just broken through. It would take a long time to consolidate one's strength. However, if one broke through 2 realms consecutively, it would be twice as difficult to consolidate one's strength from the previous realm. If Kang Xinmu broke through to level 9 Martial Emperor right away, his combat strength wouldn't increase too much. On the other hand, it would be more difficult for him to consolidate his strength in the future. After considering this, Kang Xinmu returned to the Dragon Martial Fortress, the office of Emperor Shi's Dragon Martial Academy. Then, he started to devour the Earth-level Divine Dragon Marrow. After he devoured the power of the Divine Dragon Marrow and stored it in his devouring space, he started to devour a portion of the Dragon Mark's energy to improve the grade of his inherited Divine Dragon Essence. Although continuous breakthroughs would greatly affect the speed of consolidation, Kang Xinmu had to break through now. Only by improving the grade of his inherited Divine Dragon Essence would he be able to stand firm in the arena battles of Level 9 Martial Emperor. He had to at least reach Level 6 Martial Emperor. Compared to other Level 9 Martial Emperor cultivators, he was a few levels lower in terms of inherited Divine Dragon Essence and a few levels lower in terms of cultivation. Of course, the samsara power that he had condensed had already surpassed those who had never killed a second samsara beast. Therefore, overall, his strength wasn't weak. However, the opponents he had to face were the strongest Level 9 Martial Emperor genius powerhouses from the 10 major races. Among these genius powerhouses, there would definitely be many who had condensed samsara power. At least half of them would have defeated a second samsara beast. Under such circumstances, the advantages that Kang Xinmu had seemed very weak. In order to defeat those top-notch opponents, Kang Xinmu had to improve the grade of his inherited Divine Dragon Essence. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to stand firm in the arena. 1/10 of the Earth-level Divine Dragon Marrow's power was directly devoured by Kang Xinmu. Then, he used this power to stimulate the devouring talent in his body, causing all the inherited Divine Dragon Essence in his body to boil. Breakthrough to Level 6 Dragon Emperor. Kang Xinmu's successive breakthroughs didn't increase his strength as much as he had imagined. The main reason was that many of his powers had settled down, and he was temporarily unable to control them. After he broke through to the 6th level of Dragon Emperor, Kang Xinmu made a rough estimate based on the amount of power he could now control in his body. Very quickly, he discovered that if he wanted to consolidate the majority of the increase in power he had gained this time, it would take at least a month or two. Of course, this was not a complete consolidation, but only a large part of it. Consolidating 80% of it would take 1 or 2 months. This was because he had made consecutive breakthroughs, causing the difficulty of consolidating his previous strength to increase. This caused some of his strength to sink deeper, making it very difficult for him to consolidate it. In such a short period of time, he advanced from the 4th level of the Dragon Emperor and the 6th level of the Reincarnation Tribulations realm to the 6th level of the Dragon Emperor and the 7th level of the Reincarnation Tribulations realm. Furthermore, he defeated the 2nd Reincarnation Beast and refined the Reincarnation power. With my current strength, I shouldn't be too far off from an ordinary Level 9 Martial Emperor. I just don't know what kind of improvements Su Yi has made. Kang Xinmu was very curious now. He was so curious that he wanted to secretly inquire about it. Unfortunately, he suppressed his desire in the end. No matter what level Su Yi had reached, he would know when the arena battles started. There was no need for him to go out and inquire about it now. This would have a bad influence on him. Kang Xinmu really didn't want others to suspect his relationship with the demon god race. Of course, the demon god race didn't seem to want to announce the relationship between Kang Xinmu and Su Yi. Regarding this, Kang Xinmu didn't know why, but no matter what, it made sense. Kang Xinmu believed that this was definitely something that was beneficial to the demon god race. He wondered how Su Yi was doing now. Kang Xinmu hadn't seen Su Yi for a long time. Unknowingly, he actually missed her a little. After all, Su Yi had some fate with him. This fate had made the two of them worry about each other. I still have to wait until I become stronger and explore the mid-level ruins. Only after I understand the general situation of the Chaos battlefield can I find the people of the demon god race and find Su Yi. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Now that his strength as a dragon warrior was rapidly increasing, his demon god race inheritance and void inheritance were somewhat unable to keep up with his battle strength. Of course, his cultivation realm was useful in all aspects of inheritance. Now that he had broken through to the 7th level of the rebirth tribulation realm, his demon god race inheritance and void inheritance would both increase correspondingly. However, he had only just reached the emperor level in these two aspects. If he wanted to improve further, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. Kang Xinmu didn't have the ambition to unify the dragon god race and the demon god race. Anyway, there was no hatred between the dragon god race and the demon god race, so he still had to find a way to get a chance to coexist between the dragon god race and the demon god race. As long as I'm strong enough and show enough talent, I'll be more useful to both races. The easiest way is to explore mid-level ruins. If he wanted to explore mid-level ruins, Kang Xinmu's opponents would be at the 9th level of the emperor level. If he could achieve something in this arena battle, he only needed to be in the top 16. That way, Kang Xinmu would be qualified to explore mid-level ruins and gain some benefits. Of course, with such strength, he wouldn't be able to dominate everything in the mid-level ruins. If he went with Gu Xinyue, he might have to ride on her coattails. Kang Xinmu shook his head. He still had to improve himself as soon as possible. In this arena battle, there would be enough opponents. Devouring their time energy would help him consolidate his strength faster. Kang Xinmu thought to himself. Finally, when the 9th level of the emperor level arena battle began, he reappeared in the spectator stands around the 16 arenas. Jiang Shenwu, who had reappeared, had a much stronger aura than before. Many unparalleled experts, as well as many existences of the super mystical dragon level, could tell at a glance that the current Jiang Shenwu was several times stronger than a day ago. His cultivation realm had broken through by one level. It seemed that he had defeated 2 reincarnation behemoths. Chapter 48-52. Kang Xinmu's transformation shocked many people. The cultivators from the other clans had never thought that Kang Xinmu could break through so quickly. However, many 9th level Emperor stage cultivators still didn't think much of Kang Xinmu. For example, on the side of the 1,000-winged serpent clan, there was a thin young man that possessed the inheritance of the black serpent, and the corners of his mouth instantly curled up when he sensed Jiang Shenwu's appearance from afar. Jiang Shenwu's improvement is really swift. Unfortunately, there's still a difference of 3 levels of inheritance between us. Moreover, Kang Xinmu's improvement is so fast. It'll take him some time to consolidate his strength. Therefore, his current strength is nothing compared to ours. If this brat really wants to participate in our 9th level Emperor stage battles, he'll probably be defeated the moment he enters the arena. He. The skinny young man from the Black Serpent inheritance was called He Sauron. The different imperial clans of the 1,000-winged snake clan had similar names. For example, Princess Azure Lotus of the Jade Serpent clan was the same. He Sauron's strength was not ranked among the 9th level Emperor stage experts of the 1,000-winged snake clan. However, his 9th level Emperor stage inheritance gave him a natural sense of arrogance. He didn't dare to speak so much in front of other 9th level Emperor stage cultivators. However, he looked down on Kang Xinmu, who was only a 4th level Emperor stage dragon martial artist not long ago. Perhaps Kang Xinmu would rise up in the future and become an expert that he could only look up to. However, that wasn't now. He Sauron felt that the future could wait. If Kang Xinmu dared to enter the arena now, he would definitely let Kang Xinmu know what it meant to be a 9th level Emperor stage expert. How could a fellow who had just broken through to the 6th level Emperor stage be able to fight against an expert of this level? Don't be careless. Behind He Sauron, a green-robed 1,000-winged serpent lady said indifferently, Princess Azure Lotus said that this person has some strange techniques, so we must not underestimate him. Even if he has just broken through to the 6th level of the Dragon Emperor, he cannot be underestimated. After all, it is easiest to consolidate one's strength in battle. Perhaps this person wants to use battle to consolidate his strength faster? This green-robed woman from the Thousand-Winged Serpent clan was called Qing Qiuyu, and she was one of the top experts amongst the 9th-level Emperor rank experts of the Thousand-Winged Serpent clan. Qing Qiuyu's age could not be determined, but she was definitely not young. She still looked as delicate and alluring as a young girl, and her entire body emanated an indescribable charm. In reality, for an emperor-level cultivator, a mere few decades of time didn't need to be counted into their age. Especially those with extraordinary talents who had reached the 5th level of the emperor level a long time ago, their appearance would become permanent at this time. The reason why the 5th layer of the Emperor realm was so important was because the 5th layer of the Emperor realm would greatly increase the lifespan of the cultivator. This increase would allow the cultivator's body to not age for a long time. In other words, it would have the effect of immortality. Of course, this was just a saying. In reality, the 5th level of the Emperor level was far from reaching the level of immortality. However, because their lifespan had increased, it was very difficult to tell their age from the surface. Qing Qiuyu was wearing a black robe. Her beautiful snake-like eyes reflected Kong Shinmu, who was separated by space. Kong Shinmu's black-robed figure appeared before her eyes. In the Thousand-Winged Serpent clan, the Green Serpent clan and the Jade Serpent clan were the two great clans that had a good relationship with each other. They were both independent of each other, but there were times when they cooperated more. This Qing Qiuyu just happened to be Princess Azure Lotus' tutor in the academy. In the Thousand-Winged Serpent clan, there were also a few public academies that were built for talented juniors to join. They would receive the teachings of their seniors and become stronger at a faster rate, improving themselves in a more stable manner. Princess Azure Lotus' tutor was Qing Qiuyu. Princess Azure Lotus had a very high evaluation of Kong Shinmu after they came out from the elementary ruins. After that, Princess Azure Lotus broke through to the 5th level of the Emperor level. Therefore, Princess Azure Lotus did not participate in the arena battles this time. However, it seemed that Qing Qiuyu did not expect that she would actually encounter the opponent of her former disciple, Princess Azure Lotus, in the arena battles this time, Kong Shinmu. It should be known that less than half a year ago, this Kong Shinmu was still competing with Princess Azure Lotus in the elementary ruins. But now, he had actually grown to such a level in such a short time and wanted to participate in the arena battles of the 9th level of the Imperial Family level. Although Qing Qiuyu felt that Kong Shinmu was a little presumptuous, she did not dare to underestimate Kong Shinmu. After all, Qing Qiuyu believed that before Kong Shinmu entered the arena, he would definitely fight with some of the 9th level of the Dragon God's Imperial Family level to determine the level of his own strength. Since he really dared to fight, it meant that this fellow indeed had the strength to fight a 9th level Emperor level expert. Even if he was not a top 9th level Emperor level expert, it was still quite impressive. After all, this Kong Shinmu had only reached the 6th level of the Dragon Emperor level. Qing Qiuyu reminded He Zolon to not be careless. He Zolon also respected Qing Qiuyu very much. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. Although I, He Zolon, have lost many times to the instructors in the academy, I have never lost to a junior. If I lose to this Kong Shinmu, I will not have the face to continue being an instructor in our academy." He Zolon was still very assured, but Qing Qiuyu's words still made him a little wary of Kong Shinmu. Now, in the spectator seats of the other races, the 9th level experts of the Imperial Family level basically all had the same attitude. They still looked down on Kong Shinmu, but if they really faced Kong Shinmu, they would not hold back at all. At the same time, on the side of the demon god race, Suyi also appeared. When Suyi appeared, everyone was even more shocked. They discovered that Suyi had actually improved in such a short period of time, and he was even stronger than Kong Shinmu. He was actually already at the 7th level of the demon god race's inheritance blood essence. This was so terrifying that even Kong Shinmu was a little shocked after sensing it. This Su Yi, was he really such a genius? Could he consolidate his strength so quickly? Or was this fellow purely planning to consolidate his strength in battle, so he broke through 3 levels of inheritance blood essence in succession? He was a little too confident. It had to be said that Kang Xinmu felt that he was already very bold, but he did not expect Su Yi to be even bolder than him. From the looks of it, there would be a good show to watch in this arena battle. Su Yi, I wonder what your goal is? Could it be that you are the champion of this arena battle? Kang Xinmu narrowed his eyes.